one from Avail Valley, one from Teletractors. Both of them came in over the amount that we had budgeted. So I had Teletractors, they were the apparent low bidder, give us numbers to pull the reinforcement out of the 10-foot valley pan, and then give me numbers for just a 6-foot valley pan, and that is on the second page. And with those changes, going to a 6-foot valley pan with just the welded wire reinforcement, we were able to get within our budget number of $470,000.
And all participants were given the same opportunity to do the rebid based on the revised proposal?
No, it was just as Teletractors was the apparent low, there was no changes that could be made on the valley pan portion that would get Avail Valley to be the lower bidder.
Understand.
So refresh me, what all is this project gonna be?
So it's continuation of the road from where it dead ends here, building this road, and then a valley pan along this stretch of road here, because when it storms on Mount Airy, it washes every one of these approach culverts down to the bottom here. And so the county has to continuously go back and reset those culverts and rebuild that approach. So that's where the valley pan came in, and our first design was a 10-foot, because bigger is always better. But when the budget didn't fit, we went to a 6, and
Do you think 6 will still pack the capacity?
not as well, but it's better than what we have. And that was kind of what our initial design was.
Yeah,
Anyway.
it started out as a 6, but then we moved it to a 10.
And if the 6 doesn't work, 6 months down the road, what will we do?
Well, we're gonna armor the sides with fabric and everything so that it won't erode away, and it should just wash down the road. And then there should just be some minor repairs that the county would have to go back through and clean up an edge. But a lot of it is getting a good section under that valley pan to prevent any work that we do now from getting ruined.
Okay.
So it'd be my recommendation as the engineer to award the project to Teletractors for the 6-foot valley pan in the amount of $466,645.
There's another question, please, on the performance bond. What's the duration of that?
They got a year guarantee after the project's complete.
Okay, great, thank you. Any questions by the public on this?
Yes, sir.
People online, any questions? Commissioners? Oh, I'm sorry.
Are you talking about the landfill? Is that what you're talking about?
No, they're talking about the access road up on top of Mount Airy.
Okay, I didn't know, I didn't know.
Nope, good. Thank you for bringing that up. Is this a typical response to bids?
We like to get more than 2, but we also had bid opening for the cattle guard project on Thursday, and we didn't get any bids for that one.
Serious?
Yep.
It's crazy.
So that's what I'll talk about after this, what our next steps are there. So I sent it out to 15 of the local contractors, and 5 were interested in this. 4 got plans for the other one, but we only received 2 bids, and it's just talking to contractors. It sounds like supply and demand has kind of flopped on us, where there's more work than they have time for.
Okay. When's this project to start? And
It would
finish?
start when the thaw and then complete by November 1st.
Okay.
Make a motion to accept the industrial site extension bid from Teletractors of $466,645.
I have a motion. Is there a second?
I'm staying here. I'm looking at some of the comparison figures on like pit run and different things, how they come up with this.
The pit run was That was a big one on Avails. I don't know where they doubled.
Where is the Vale out of?
Out of Alpine. They did the first phase of the Cottonwood Road project for us.
So when it comes to the pit run, crush base, items like this, we have, and I don't know,
Mhm.
we should have several places that we have within the county to pull sand, gravel base from, do we not?
Yep, and this one, we're gonna use the Richardson pit because it's the closest, and we showed on the map that it's just down the road.
So this is just hauling.
Haul it, place it, compact it, so it's everything associated
So
with it.
about 60,000 more for that company to do the same thing as doing it for this company.
Yep.
So is this a problem every year out there?
You know, and it's really only a problem when we get those thunderstorms. Runoff doesn't seem to be a big issue, but when we hit those thunderstorms, that soil out there, it doesn't soak into the ground and it just shoots.
Road built, because, we put in, I think it was, how many years ago, 10 years ago, 12 years ago, BLM to get that so done, so they keep wanting to know when we're gonna get that done. So,
On which road is that?
It's to complete this.
where Ski Irwin's house is, that road's supposed to come back
Yeah,
down.
it's built to here, and then we just have that turnaround right now. So that's where construction of this new road comes in.
Yeah. So when did we put this project out? I don't remember it.
It's approved at budget this last
Was it?
last year, and then we finally got the plans out the 1st of January. Or mid-January.
Seems like out there, culverts, because it's like a slurry, it comes out of them hills. So what it does, it plugs, tumbleweeds and that comes, so it plugs the pipes and just takes all the pipes down to the bottom of the draw. So it's just an ongoing, we've been dealing with it forever. And we did across, because it used to wash out, like where everybody goes to White Mountain. We did put a little valley pan in there, and that
It packs it.
impacts it, but through all the driveways where like All American and all them, it washes, and it goes down to a hard pan. It'll wash to it. No, everything goes to the draw, and then we have to
So
go.
how much do you haul back in every time?
Oh God, lots. It's every, like afternoon rainstorm. It's crazy.
Well, I'll second it, and we can have some more discussion.
A motion in a second. Open for discussion.
Well, the only concern I guess I've got is going back to a couple, 3 meetings ago when we were told, hey, we're gonna be broke, better take care of what we got. And projects, to me at least, if they're unnecessary, need to be on the chopping block. It sounds like this one's kind of iffy that way. So I guess I can go ahead and support it, but
Well, with what Commissioner Vickery brought up, I would presume that the bid package did offer the option for the county commissioners to withdraw the bid at this point in time.
Yep.
So that option is still on the table if you would like, Commissioner Vickery.
Can't do them all. Go on this one. Okay. See. See how it goes.
If I may, with that statement by both commissioners, Vickery and Stevens. Their concerns being a budgetary process and monies available in the scheme of upcoming projects. Would this be in the top 10 as far as items that we have to do? Can it be delayed for a year or two until perhaps better financial picture? What's your strong recommendation on that?
This one's been this one's kind of for me, it's a priority because when them rainstorms hit, it washes out all the businesses, and all American stuff. So, it's not just an easy fix. I mean, it's, because when that mud goes down through there, it softens everything up. And so like All American has, they have their daily deliveries and everything like that. So it's I mean, every year, well, since I've been here, it's been an ongoing nightmare trying to, you're trying to do other things, and if you have one afternoon thunderstorm, you're out there trying to get so for me, this one here is we spend a lot of money every year just trying to keep.
Yeah, the last 2 years, you've raised the level of the road. You brought in pans under Tiger's Place there, under All American.
Other propane
Correct.
down there.
Yeah, and that's not sufficient to move forward with. You'd rather just go ahead and do the.
Yeah, and then once you get to, because I think in 2008 or whatever is when we did, because it used to wash out so bad you couldn't get to All America or to White Mountain and that engineer place that did that environment and Ski Irwin's house used to wash out so bad there. It'd be 8 feet deep, 10 feet wide through there. And so you'd have to, just hurry and try to fill it in. Well, then it was like 4-wheel drive only because you can't get compaction because it's all just mud. And so we put that valley pan, and we've been watching that for the years, and it's worked. So this is where we came up with the valley pan, just to put it all the way down through there, and then it'll just wash, and then we clean the valley pan.
You'll take out all culverts.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
In my mind, when we went through the budget process, we cut several out. We could even lane out. We cut several projects out, saving money. You can't save our way to prosperity. In some instances, we need to do the job.
Sure.
We budgeted this one.
Further discussion?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I make one more comment. I'm going to
Please.
follow up, I think, what Billy said. The amount of businesses that are out there probably would bump this up a little bit as far as priority. When it comes time, if you would, to make that final call, I can understand that. But I think, I'm going to be a whole lot more comfortable when we see what the numbers are that we're going to have to deal with.
And with that said, are you looking to make another motion on top of this, or?
No, I'm just stating a fact.
Okay.
Yeah, no motion. I can go ahead and support it, but
Yeah, your suggestion.
proceed with caution. How's
Yes,
that?
your suggestion's a good one, absolutely. Okay, we have a motion and a second on the revised proposal with 6-foot valley pan with welded wire fabric and reinforcement in the amount of $466,645. I have a motion and second. All in favor, signify.
Aye.
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 Four ayes. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, on the next one's the cattle guards that we didn't get any bids on. So when talking to Billy, I thought maybe our option would be to put it in the paper and advertise it, get more eyes on it.
This is just for concrete bases under.
Yep, just like we did last year. This is again under 4. We'll finish the 3 on Cowpet and then the 1 on Big Sandy Elkhorn.
What's the estimated dollar amount on it?
Oh, I can't remember. I think it was that 425.
425, and at what dollar amount do we put items out for bid?
Oh, this one we chose to just do proposals because we have 2 where we can send out for bids and we can do proposals. Proposals gives us more flexibility to give it to the local contractors,
Sure.
and that's why we did a proposal on
But they
this.
didn't even put in.
Nope. And so if we advertise it for a bid, then we're just stuck to taking low bid when it comes in or rejecting all the bids. You still have that. You still have that option. You just can't take somebody local that's a few thousand higher than the low bid if we do bidding instead of proposals.
Correct. Do we ever do a discount for locals, 5% for state of Wyoming?
All that's in there. Yes,
Okay,
sir.
great, thank you.
The 3 on Cowpet, are they from Dry Piney South or are they all north? of
There's-
Dry Piney?
There's one by where the South Piney Road comes in. There's the one before you get to Red Hill. Then there's one between Red Hill and 17 Mile that we did last year. And then the worst one's down towards the southern end. So those are the 3 on that one. And then Big Sandy Elkhorn is the one right about a mile before the pavement. It's pretty bad shape.
It's just the paved roads, where people are just hitting them at 65 and 70 miles an hour. They just, guards, unless you do them this way, they're only rated for 35 miles an hour. So it's just killing them,
Most of that's semis too.
Oh yeah, that's all it is.
And we try when we put them in to leave them a half-inch high so everything unloads, but over time, it
About
just,
6 inches.
that would definitely do it.
Yeah.
Well, maybe ought to put them in 4 inches low
Yeah.
and try that one for a while.
Well, I can tell you that, this may be neither here nor there, but if Blue Spruce's deal goes through, they've done their traffic studies. They've got a traffic plan coming with their industrial siding that all the big trucks will come up from that south side. So those ought to probably be in shape if it does go through.
Yeah. Well, they're out there on Dry Piney.
Yeah, their idea is to bring the small traffic up Dry Piney and the big traffic up from the large.
Yeah. Like the ones we put in on Paradise, they've already paid for that project because we were switching them out twice a year because it just destroys them. It just yeah.
Those going north from Dry Piney haven't been in that long. I put a couple of those in years ago.
And if you stop and look at them, their I-beams are all cracked and just crazy.
Commissioner Vickery, anything to add in light of your prior statement pertaining to monetary availability?
No, it just amazes me what it costs to put a cattle guard in, that's all anymore.
Well, I'm for advertising it, see what we get. At this point, we're not on the hook for anything.
I don't know, most local people know it probably. I mean, I don't know how you get any farther out,
Yeah, best we can do is get on the paper and then maybe, because I sent it, there's a couple in Rock Springs I sent it to as well, but if we get it in the paper, maybe somebody from Casper or Green River.
There's a guy out of Idaho that did the one on North Piney.
Mhm.
He might be of interest. I
Yep.
could contact him.
Yep. So, and I did send it to HK because I always keep them in the loop too, but they weren't interested in this one, as obviously nobody was.
Okay. I'm good with advertising. Commissioner Vickery,
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Commissioner Stevens,
Okay.
go ahead.
I will proceed.
Thank you.
That's all I have. My
Excellent.
turn.
Thank you.
Eric told me that you guys had some questions about what was going on at the fairgrounds, so thought I'd share this plan we have together for working with Jay on that stage midway project.
Thank you.
This kind of gives you an overview of the scope of the project.
Jared?
And so this is really pretty big concrete job. You can see we've got Jorgensen working with us too. They've basically designed the stage structure and the restroom structure, which you can see both of those towards the back. And orientation in a plan view of that midway area. So we've pretty much got the design together with utilities. I'm still working with the shade company that Jay's wanting to use as far as what we're going to put in place on that viewing area. That's just east of the stage, the new stage. So if you're familiar with that site where the stage is north of the concrete pad here, that's going to go away. And basically it's going to be off the end of the community hall is where they're going to stage everything. And then there'll be shade, basically shade poles with some big screens on them for the viewing area.
So have you looked at that foundation under that building you're gonna put this next to that's cracked and about to fall out?
Yeah, we looked at that a few
We
years
wouldn't
ago.
put that building up till we fix that foundation.
Well, this foundation on that wall, so it's not in bad shape. It's over there by the entry.
Yeah, at the corner it starts. You put your hand through it. I mean, Doug and I have been over and looked at it.
Yeah, yeah, it's
So, I mean,
rough.
is this gonna be something, so we can't fix that?
This would be totally separate.
I understand totally separate. but
As
can
far
we
as the
still get
foundation.
together and Fix it.
Yeah, I mean, when we dig it out of there, when we dig that corner out, we can take a look at that, the footing that's underneath there.
You know, it just was hauled in there and set, you know. No, it's bad, I think.
Yeah, it is bad. It needs something done with it.
Well, there's gotta be a footing, there's a basement there, there's gotta be a footing quite a ways down under that thing somewhere.
'Cause we crawled in underneath there and, dug around. I mean, the real bad spot that we were looking at was at the entrance, where the concrete stairs are attached. It's buckling out pretty bad.
But it goes clear east to that corner. It's the corner of that stage is gonna be that corner. From there to that, he was gonna take that whole block, steps and everything away from that building, but he didn't know what would happen.
Yeah, I mean, we looked at that. I think we came up with at that time, I think we looked at some estimates to do something with that. And it wasn't looked favorably at the commission at that point. So we could revisit that.
I mean, it looks like a person to get that out, could put blocks under that building too, up away from the foundation, because so there's nothing holding it, it's just air.
Right. Yeah.
I don't know, what do you all think?
It don't look good, it looks rough.
I mean, that has a little to do with this, you know, I mean.
Sure. Yeah, and with that said, I mean, the stage support is going to have a completely independent foundation wall along the building for that reason. So,
Well, like I say, I understand that, but just being able to fix this, if that's in the way, is what I'm concerned about.
So one other question, Jay indicated a lot of this could be put on hold if we desire, but this valley pan needs to be put in to stop some water issues he's having.
Yeah, he does. And I talked to him about that. The big thing is how far we take it, because we're going to be changing all the grades in there. So what I don't want to do is put in a valley pan that we have to tear out and redo. So I can definitely look at that with him. We can do the grading that's necessary to at least get it to the plan that's going to, fit this overall design. And we can get that completed. Before we do that though, also we have to pull in all the future utilities so we don't have to tear up anything. So we got sewer in there, water, power. There's quite a bit. I didn't show you the utility plan, but there's a lot going on in that area. So we can definitely scope this thing way back. I've been in communication with Jay, just trying to get a design together so we at least knew where we were when we get a
a budget put together on it. But we can definitely switch gears, scale it down, whatever.
This is a non-budget item, correct?
No, it's
No, it's in
in
there.
past.
Okay, I don't,
There's
Thank you.
1.4 million, I think, put in capital projects.
Thank you.
for this.
So, another question. So where he tore those restrooms off, he was having trouble with water under that building next to it. Is that issue supposed to be corrected with this stuff?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, now that those restrooms are gone, you can kind of see in this plan where the new 6-foot valley pan is going to go right through where they used to be.
So
And that'll help.
that grade's got to go down quite a little from what it is now.
Some, I mean, it's still
And
pretty
if you put
tight.
that valley pan in, you could tie things together and not have a big hazard if you left everything else. Would it be functional?
Yeah, I think we can. I mean, I haven't totally gone through it, but I think we can get the valley pan that we need in there. And even if we can put the concrete in up next to the building that gets down to the valley pan and then leave it open towards that viewing area, and we can just kind of shade in some road base or something just to keep it, to where you can get wheelchairs and whatever across it. I mean, that would be my recommendation just for the time being. Is just verifying that all of our elevations work out, looking at utilities, and then planning that valley panel.
So where that's all blacktop, that will be taken out.
Yep, up to this point.
Okay. And so then, where's the area he was talking about having the barbecue stuff? On that.
Well, he's gonna have an outdoor kitchen, just a concrete pad north towards the parking lot from the viewing area. It's kind of this square right here. And then other than that, he's this, what used to be the horticulture building would be what his thought was for that bar area. So there'd be two, big doors opening straight into this viewing area. And there's, ramps into everything because we're changing grades a lot there. So we're going to have like 4-foot raises. So everything's got ADA ramps the way it is. But
Dead horse, but I mean, I'm concerned like that. If we're gonna take that concrete steps off and stuff, big ones in front of that building, which is right next to this, we ought to be able to tie that together. So had he talked about you about pulling it away? Yeah. I mean, I thought he did.
because we didn't have that planned into
Oh, I understand,
this.
but I'm just saying that looking back, hate to go in there and tear up where we've been here. That's right next to it. It needs attention worse than anything to me. So I don't know. We got it in the budget. That's where we're at.
Any comments online?
Jay's coming in at our next meeting, isn't he? I mean, I don't know if we want to discuss a whole lot of this without him later.
Okay.
That'd be good.
I didn't know he was coming in next.
I think he told me in the Piney meeting he was going to be.
Great. No action to be taken now?
Yeah, maybe we can all have a chance to go there before the meeting, or something, meet there early. Take a look.
Good.
Willing to.
In my mind, it's a pretty grandiose plan, and if we're short on money, I think there's some things we can cut out, but I want to talk to Jay.
I like the idea. I don't know what it'll do for the fair, but it'll be a big upgrade.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, table it to the next meeting. Commissioner Vickery? Please share your thoughts.
I think we just heard it from Commissioner Bradley. We'll see where the money goes. Or how much is out there, and approach it that way. the fairgrounds, obviously, in my mind at least, is one of those facilities that should be available to everybody in this community. And so it needs to be pretty much taken care of.
Because in that budget, you know, was to do the dump station. There's a couple other things involved in that money we put out there, so.
But whether any of it gets done or not, this valley pan certainly needs looked at so we don't have more water damage in more buildings.
Yeah, I think the next facility the county builds, it ought to have a big old dome and then put it on top of that, so everything runs away. You won't have this issue. Yeah. Yeah. But that's the next round. Right now, these are the things that need to be addressed. And once again, as I reiterate, this fairgrounds just needs to be taken care of best we can with what we've got at that point in time.
Gentlemen, moving forward. Next meeting, we'll request Jay's there for further explanation as far as needs and wants. Yes,
Yeah,
okay.
I think so.
We'll continue this at the next meeting. Thank you.
Sounds good. Got one more for you guys. So, just wanted to revisit this and, just to keep you guys in the loop and figure out how we move forward. These are the bike paths that are in bad enough shape that it doesn't warrant doing any seal coating. So these would be reconstruction projects. All the bike paths last year that were in fair to great condition were seal coated. So we did that part of the chip seal project last year. So what we have left here is bike paths that are going to require substantial work to get up to a good enough condition that we can then transfer ownership over to the town of Pinedale for the portions that are within the town limits. And we did get some designs together, and there's engineers' estimates in there. And these can absolutely wait. I know I talked with Clayton yesterday. He's still working through getting some MOUs with YDOT for the portion of Duck Creek that goes out towards, or this portion that's within the town limits, so that then we can convey ownership back to the town once we get them up to snuff. So the town's reviewed our design plans for this, and they signed off and saying, well, I should say the director of public works signed off. It hasn't gone to the council, the official MOU, but once that MOU is in place, then once they're brought up to a new or good standard, then they would take over ownership and maintenance of those bike paths that are in town. The only couple things that have been coming up over the last year, talked with mostly Billy, and I think it's the rec board talking with Billy, is there's some approaches to a couple of these bridges that are in pretty bad shape that people complain about. And that could be pretty small concrete project just to basically cut out the asphalt where there's a lot of settlement differential there and just doing some ramps. So that's something that we could look at if you're wanting to do that. Otherwise, these can just sit. We can hang tight until we see what the budget and income's like. It's kind of up to you guys.
I'd like to get the bike pass done. I'm tired of hearing about it.
Yeah. Oh, you're still gonna hear about it.
Yeah, but I got a silly question. So I watched them last year when they was doing that. So sometimes when they get to a public entrance to a guy's real house, they wouldn't spray that section. Now, why?
They just call that part of the road project, part of the main line road. And so
But I mean,
generally those
it's kind of
approaches,
important that, you know, we pay to do the bike path and they leave 12 feet. I don't understand that.
a lot of times those approaches are different ages or different material type too, than what the bike path is. So they're different degrees of materials. So,
And then I think it also gets into that we seal the entire approach now, that we've got a stripe down the middle of it also. It's one of those.
I just thought that was odd not to
Well, we
do
did,
all the path.
we did it one time. We had some people
Drove through it.
get mad. No, they got mad because we didn't do their whole approach. They didn't like just the,
Just
strip across
Are
it.
they our easements, these bike paths?
yeah, but it's their approach. And they,
Just look funny to me. Go down there and then there's,
Yeah.
they're not sprayed. You go down, I don't know. I was just curious. We probably paid for that 12 foot. When we paid for this job of getting them sprayed.
So of these three that are in the red here, how much of those are in town limits?
all of them.
That's all in town limits.
Oh, Mr. Chairman, so that bike path that Parallels the Road, Duck Creek, I guess is what is designated here. So I didn't see it, but I saw after the fact, the state had taken a blade and went up along there and put the equipment itself was right on that bike path when they plowed that snow catcher. Now, I'm wondering how good that is on a bike path, because it would appear to me not very. And why in the devil would they have done that?
Well, I think that's all stuff that's going to get hashed out in this MOU, because I think when the county got the grant to do this, they were still liable for maintenance, even though it's in the whiteout right away. So maybe in that MOU, we can come up with something for that. And if it's not the state doing that, then it could be the county that does it.
Why are we paying to give it away?
You know, and what, this is kind of something that we looked at on the bike path we did last year, is looking at, instead of doing the minimum asphalt section, is beefing it up so that you can actually get mowers on it, snow plowing equipment, things like that, and it doesn't break them out. So, but it obviously adds cost. So, I mean, up front, it's going to add more capital cost to it, but in the long run, it holds up better, because all of them get driven on one way or the other.
Well, no, I understand that, but those motor graders are substantially, they weigh a little bit more than a Volkswagen, I guess what I'm saying.
Yep.
And I can't imagine them being very good on them. Plus the fact, here again, when they did that, and everybody that's driven along there has to have seen that deer they rolled up there, and why in the devil somebody hasn't went and cleaned that up. Highway department, for instance, would have been their priority, I would have thought. I mean, that's not very good PR for anybody, something like that, to me. So anyway, I just thought it was odd that you'd put a motor grader on that thing to plow snow catcher.
I think that's something that we could have addressed in the MOU with YDOT. I can talk to Clayton about that.
Well, I think it needs to be, if we're going to be if the county is going to be responsible for the upkeep down the road, those kind of things just shouldn't be happening. I mean, they make equipment that you could put on there. And if you got to plow the thing, but one of those motor graders that weighs, what, 35, 40, 50,000 pounds, I don't think should be one of them. That's my take on it.
We'll say that stretch that's basically from Eamon Lane out to the lookout it's in pretty good shape, and they've been using blades on it since the first year that bike path was installed, and hasn't really negatively affected it too bad. So I don't know, just with the way the subgrade was prepped, but it hasn't showed a lot of signs of wear and tear from from that operation in that bike path in particular.
Okay, well,
I think the biggest issue with these bike paths is either shoulder unraveling, just because when the subgrade is prepped, it just starts peeling off the edges, and then root intrusion. We got a lot of that on that Willow Lake Trail, Naomi Pape. So you look at those numbers in there, it's pretty expensive because it's shot. I mean, it's beyond serviceable life. So we got to kind of start over with that, and then also install some root guard next to all the trees and vegetation that's out there. So that's why those numbers kind of come in where they do.
Look at, kind of digest here, what you're thinking, where we got all the costs and all the routes.
Yeah, I just wanted to, that's kind of where we're at with the bike pass. So, this doesn't have to be anything acted on right now. Just want to bring it back up in front of the commission at this point and see if there's anything you want to move forward with, or just hold off.
Thank you. I suspect we'll hold off until we see what funds are available and then move forward at that point in time.
yeah, what we're looking, we're
Okay.
625,000.
Yeah, would you guys be interested in knowing just what these bridge abutment aprons would, rough estimate on that? That they'd be a pretty small project and specialized if concrete. That way it'd just take care of those bridges, and it's not near the project that we're looking at on these. So I could put an estimate together on that. Just it'd be pretty simple plans.
Okay, that sounds good.
Good. Thank you for that. Anything further?
Other than that, waste management, we're adding on to our cells, we're digging more. It's about dealing with mud. Other than that, everything's good at waste management. No major setbacks there. Everything's going really well there. Shredder's working well. Baler's working. Everything's going like clockwork over there. We're gonna dig another like 3 acres, add to our cell. That's what we're working there. Golf course, where people with the restaurant there getting ready to get in there and start getting their stuff all ready so they can try to get open. We're pretty much, pro shop's pretty much all electrical and all that's been fixed. Dealing with the insurance guys still on the roof. Should have that all finalized, what they're gonna pay, and other than that, everything's just moving right along.
Question.
Commissioner Stevens?
So the guy we have getting to oversee the golf course, so
The Greens guy,
is he here or not? When will he be here?
he was here in November.
I mean, is he on a payroll now?
Mm-hmm.
So where is he now?
He's out there every day.
Okay.
He's been working. He's been doing we totally redid our sprinkler system, the software and that. I mean, it was a really nice system, but it was never set up right. So he's been working on that, getting that, and then he's been just working on the equipment. And we got a bunch of new stuff coming in, so we're trying to get it all up and ready to go. And then here, it's starting to melt off. And last, in November, we put all the pads down over the greens thing. So he's getting ready, watching that to get them tore off. We got that well in, but we're gonna tear out a bunch of willows. And so we got a lot of stuff planned for this, this spring, so it dries up enough. But, yeah, no, he's out there. It's gonna be, he's chomping at the bit right now to get going, but I think we still need to finish cleaning some ditches. Well, we got all the ones on the course cleaned. Just need to get back around over there by Cont'd, stuff like that, but we didn't get there last fall. But we'll get that done. We still need to talk to Mr. Schroeder about that head gate. See if we can get that where we have more water. But yeah, they'll start getting busy now. We'll try to get stuff lined up so when we open.
Thank you.
Other than that, that's all I got.
Okay, so I gotta back up 1 second. I'm curious to know, is the shredder still doing its thing?
Oh, Shredder's doing great. Yep. It's amazing. The space we're saving and the compaction we're getting. And so what is saving on the compactors and that, yeah, it's unreal.
And the maintenance has not been
No,
much?
we took it out here. Oh, right after Thanksgiving, they wanted us to look at the bearings and everything, see how it was doing. It had, I think we had 500 hours on it. So we took it apart, and then some of the knives on it, you have to re-weld them and stuff like that. So we did all that, and we checked the bearings. We did have one that never would take grease, so we changed it out. But other than that, it's just been running. It just runs. So yeah, no, it's good. I looked last Thursday. I was looking at it. I needed just belts kind of need some tightening and stuff. So I'll get the mechanics over there to adjust that a little bit. But other than that, it just runs. So yeah, so far it's been really good.
Okay, well, thank you for that.
Anything else? Thank you. Good job.
Thank you.
But he's gonna hand me your pen.
I'm just going to jump in quick before Billy gets too far away. I wanted to visit with you guys about changing the golf course checking account over from what it historically has been to Bank Jackson Hole, which is where all of my other checking accounts are. So this is just information that I'll be doing that here soon before they get up and running. I talked to Billy. He's working with Lightspeed, which is the app that people use to sign up for tee times. And that will link in with Bank of Jackson Hole when we get that set up.
Good job.
So
Appreciate that. Thank you. Should make life easier.
I hope so.
Yeah.
I really don't like their website.
So this is the balance
This
Court
is
had
the
coming forward.
balance.
They had some CDs or something also. didn't they?
Those went to the rec board because they were in their name.
Oh,
It was just one seat. I think it was like $20,000. So
Yeah.
it just went to the rec board since it was in their name anyway. So this is the current balance. This is the statement that I printed out this morning for February. So 199,420.70 is the balance on that account. And I will talk to the auditor as to whether or not we keep this as a separate account or if it just merges into our general accounts.
Wouldn't it be
Should be
better if it was separate?
Standalone, shouldn't it?
I feel like it should be standalone.
Yes,
So I just want to touch base with the auditor and make sure that that's the most appropriate thing to do,
correct.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
So
The only thing is we wouldn't see the expenditures if it was in with.
you'd still see the expenditures because they have their own GL account. So
just-
we'd pull a report that would say, this is the expenditures.
So like accounts payable, show up.
It would still, yeah, it would
It'd
still
just
have
be
the
their
same.
account number.
Mhm.
How would that work with like merchandise? Because you know how we're doing like every.
So right now, the merchandise has its own account number.
Okay.
So, you know, if this was to go into the general fund, we would still have information sorted by GL accounts in the interior of our systems.
I would prefer that it's standalone if that's, if we
That's
can have,
perfectly fine.
yeah, if we can have
I'd
any
just like to
say.
have it at the same bank.
No, absolutely, yes.
So, and then, I don't know if it makes sense to put a portion of this money into something that would be like an investment type account that would earn more. And then still have maybe half of it available for merchandise purchasing. I don't know if
Yeah, can you
that's
stack it in 90 or 180 day?
right. Yep.
What would be
So-
a comfortable limit for you? 50%?
I would
60%
be
then?
perfectly fine with that.
Because if we went 50%,
And if I
We-
put it in a class account, then it would technically be cash, but it would be earning 4.5% or so.
get a greater rate on a CD, can you?
No, CDs are actually lower. They're at like 2.95 for government funds.
Okay, thank you.
So,
Okay. Let's do that then.
okay. Thank you very much.
Appreciate it, thank you. Andre. Mr. Andre, how are you?
Good, how are you guys?
Good, thank you.
Try and be quick here. Just gonna run down some of the things we've been doing and getting done. We got you guys may be not aware of this, but we've been, over the years, we've little by little been replacing the doors in the jail, the sliders. We got 4 more of those completed. Those guys were here taking care of that a little more than a week ago. I think we only have a couple more to do. And those ones aren't really priority. These last 4 were really important ones, and we got those done. The building froze out at Sandra. The heat stopped working. We weren't aware of it. Got up there and it was frozen. Nothing broke. It wasn't flooded or anything, but building froze up. We got the heat repaired. There was the system needed a new control board, and then we got that replaced, and it's thawed out now. Got that done. We started annual boiler inspections, which something we do every year. And we're just kind of getting started early on that, but we got stopped with other things that have been going on anyway, but that's something we've been working on. We got all the information back from the state inspector after walking through all the buildings, and I've organized all that, and we're working on that list now. Marbleton Senior Center, their hood vent was having issues, kind of the Rendezvous Point just had their issues with it, and we got that repaired, and then Marbleton's hood vent started acting up, and we got that taken care of. It's been repaired. Also repaired the ice maker over there as well. The ice rink roof, we've gotten that repair. We're on our second attempt on getting that to not leak, and so the guy that did the fairgrounds that I think we got good success with, I had him go over there and he looked at it, and I had him repair it. So far, I haven't heard anything yet. That's about it.
Good job. Any questions?
Well, I've got a couple, I guess.
Please.
Will the state, after you've went through the findings that they get, will he come back and check you out again? Is that how that works?
Yeah.
With nothing significant? I
No, it was a lot of, I have one in here, but like those exit signs right there, a lot of them will have the emergency lights over the top of them when we don't have power. They go bad over time, and we can go over there and check them and press the button, but what we didn't realize is you have to hold it for a certain amount of time as a test, and so we have to replace a lot of those. They're not terribly expensive, and it's just going to take time to get them all done. And then a lot of it was people that work in buildings, I call them the building owners. They like to stack things and pile things near electrical panels, and then rooms where they're not supposed to put that kind of stuff. And we tell them over the years, and sometimes we even move it for them, but it always ends up back there. So it's kind of good that he came, because now we can say the state inspector said, move your stuff, don't put it back. So I've been talking to them.
So the bulk of his findings you take care of in-house.
Yeah.
What's your employee list look like? You have an electrician, plumber type people on your employee list.
Yep. Yeah, I got a very good plumber, very good electrician. He was the state inspector, electrical inspector.
Does he come up here every day, or is he down in Piney? What's his?
So he starts his day down there, and then he ends up here later in the day. So kind of handles some things down there that are needed, and then works his way back up here. Sometimes he stays down there all day. Just depends on what we got for him. I got a really solid group right now. Really good.
Okay, so I got one more question. Is how you're here. In accounts payable, there's a dump bed in there for like, I don't remember the exact 17,000+.
Yep.
What is that?
Part of the new vehicle line item that we had asked for in the budget. You know, we've been replacing our vehicles over time.
Yeah.
That was the one we bought this year. We got a truck, and then that one we put a dump bed on it for the landscape.
I see. Well, isn't there? I thought I saw a dump trailer somewhere too. Do you have that also?
We also have a dump trailer, yes.
And so
but it's a lot easier if we just hook up. So right now, what Bill has to do is he was having to take the half-ton truck and pull around the dump trailer with one truck, and then he would have to go and get his mower, which was all on another trailer, and haul that out, all the equipment out. And I grew up in that landscape world just because of my dad and stuff. And so it was really silly the way we were doing it. Normally you would have a dump bed on your truck, and then you'd pull the equipment trailer with you. And so now he can do it properly.
that way.
Yeah.
So
And we got ones that have the fold down side, so his mower can actually dump into the truck. It's pretty efficient.
I see. Okay. Well, I was just curious.
Yeah.
I thought I had seen a dump trailer somewhere, and I just was wondering about the dump bed.
Yeah,
Good
we
enough.
were doing it pretty silly.
Yeah.
And it's a lot better now. It's something I've been wanting to do for some years, but I needed to get some other trucks bought first.
Okay. Fair enough. Thanks for that.
Any other
Nothing
questions?
No.
Thank you so much. Good job.
Thanks.
Sheriff Lear.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, good morning.
Good morning.
So we'll start off with the meal plan as is on the agenda. So to try to catch you up, Mr. Chairman. So back in December, we had a meeting with Rendezvous Point and to discuss renewing that contract for meal services for the jail. During that meeting, Sam White was the chair at the time, and at the end of the meeting, I was authorized to go ahead and make changes. Rendezvous Point had lost their weekend dishwasher and also cook. And so until they can fill that position, the sheriff's office has been reaching out to local establishments, businesses to try to fulfill those meals on the weekends and holidays. I was authorized to go ahead and make those changes in the contract, which I did, but that contract has never been officially signed or vetted by the commission, and that and your, Mr. Chairman, your name is on that contract. So I have made those amendments. I do have that contract with me now, but I know during the past just shy of 4 months and using the local establishments, there has been a lot of interest, and I know individual business owners have reached out to individual commissioners and also to us asking if they would be able to bid on the meal contract for the jail. I also have created the jails started a spreadsheet. We've tried to spread that, those weekends and holiday meals to all of our local establishments, local businesses, to try to spread the wealth, so to speak, but also to get an idea of what what that would look like if we actually went to a local restaurant to provide meals for the jail. And I have those numbers if you'd like to. I can share those with you for averages.
Would you be kind enough, please?
Sure. So,
And then what's the average that we're obtaining meals for from Rendezvous Point?
so the contract, and that hasn't changed. The contract is for 3 meals a day, breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Breakfast is at $12. Lunch is at $14, and then dinner is at $12 per meal per inmate.
$38 a day.
$38 a day per inmate. So over the past 4 months, our average breakfast seems to be below that 12. Right now, we're sitting at $11 average if we're using outside restaurants. Lunch is pretty much a wash at the $14. Dinners are substantially more when we use the businesses, up to $5 or $6 more per average per meal. So if that's any kind of indication on if we were to put this out for bid, and we spoke with the county attorney, we have a request for proposal that's been drafted and ready. But again, I wanted to touch base with the new commission, see what they feel. I know Rendezvous Point is trying hard to find a person to cover weekends, holidays. But as you know, that is a tough task to fill, and I don't know if that's going to be even possible. So this contract, if we were to continue with Rendezvous Point, I would assume that we would just do the five meals per week, Monday through Friday, excluding any governmental holidays that they're not working.
Holidays and weekends?
Yes.
Now, we discussed at one point the senior center. They were in the same boat with help. They were not interested.
In the multiple meetings, calls that we've had with them, that has seemed to be the case. Yes.
Have we had conversations with the new owners of the Sublette Center, the hospital district? What was with the Sublette Center is no longer. They've changed their name. They're moving forward. Has there been any discussion with Heritage Apartments or whatever they're calling themselves now?
Travis, I'll let you speak to that.
Yeah, no, our conversations were strictly with Don Walker as the still administrator of the Sublette Center side,
Okay.
and Vicky Seymour as their director of the dietitian side.
Okay.
There was talk possibly as the merger happened and as they move up the hill to maybe rediscuss, but that hasn't happened yet.
Okay. I appreciate that. Thank you. A couple of things, if I may, in that regard. And Ms. Tina from Rendezvous Point's here. If you would like and to add anything, you are welcome to. But as I look at the hospital district, what's going on, and Sublette Center, what's going on, we have put literally millions of dollars into those entities, and I don't think that there's any reason why they can't perform and provide us with a joint effort with Rendezvous Point and provide weekend meals. They already have a kitchen staff in place. We're already paying for services for them, and we've contributed heavily to the hospital. If we have to, we can go to outside sources for the weekends and holidays, but if we certainly have our own individuals available, why would we want to do that, if that makes sense?
Agreed. I agree. And plus the fact that they already have their own dietitian, which we really, I mean, we're at a guessing game right now using the local establishments.
Of course.
Per national standards, we have to provide each inmate a minimum caloric intake on meals per day, and that's outlined in the contract as well. We have reached out to dietitians that we know are in Sublette County, none of which are willing to take on that task. I reached out to a dietitian certified outside of the county, still in the state of Wyoming, several weeks ago. I have not heard back from her
Of course not.
on what that would cost or what that would entail. I don't know if they actually have to come and physically see the food, if we can just send them a menu and they can say, yes, this, and this meets that minimum criteria. I don't know how that works. So So another consideration when, bringing this to you, with the averages and everything else, I agree with you, Chairman, that I think the best course of action would to continue to stay with what we're using right now. Using, outside resources as we see fit until we can fill that void on the weekends and holidays, and potentially use the hospital district in either assisting or filling in for that period of time.
Commissioner Stevens.
So when you order from a restaurant, like say you get it from the Wrangler, you get 14 hamburgers, and everybody gets the same?
Depending on, so if there are any allergies or religious restrictions. For instance, just this past week, we would order 13 hamburgers and 1 vegetarian meal. So that was a classic example. So it depends on, religious beliefs, whether they're a vegan, whether they're no pork. Yeah. So we have to honor that.
So the rendezvous point, you do the same for them? Okay. And so the second question, so on this contract, could be a temporary contract? I mean, if we sign it that she's gonna do 5 days, gonna get it on the outside for 2 days plus the holidays, and then all of a sudden somebody comes along like, hospital district says they can do it. Would they be doing all of them in the hospital district, or they would just do the weekends and the holiday? I mean, what's the contract gonna say on if we don't stick with what we're talking today?
Yeah, and that's difficult. Right now, as I have amended the contract, it is for Rendezvous Point just to cover the 5 days a week, excluding weekends and holidays. I have nothing in there that says who we have to use for those weekends and holidays, because every Friday, our shift sergeant for the weekend is scrambling, trying to figure out, okay, how am I going to get 3 meals on Saturday and Sunday, and then whether we have to go pick them up, how that is going to work. And so, I mean, I don't know how you put that in a contract.
Yeah, and I don't know why we do the contract till you put out the bid to possible a restaurant that will cover it all every time.
Sure. I do know, and, on Rendezvous Point's behalf, they have continued to cover meals for us since January without a contract in place.
Yeah, January 1st, yeah. So I don't know. I mean, in a way, the contract won't mean anything if we're signing, kind of.
Other than
with Rendezvous Point.
Right. I understand what you're saying. Yes.
And I believe the new renewal in our meeting with Rendezvous Point was 14 per meal going forward instead of the 12. Was the old one 12? Yeah, it's going to be 14 breakfast, lunch, and dinner across the board, correct?
And that's minimum. So if we say right now we're 18 to 20 inmates, so we're well above that, but we've been down to 4 and 5, so we're still paying for 8 meals regardless of how many inmates we have in the jail, up until 8.
The prices vary greatly on your outside vendors too, I noticed.
Yes. Like, for example, dinners $9 a meal up to $21.50 a meal. Breakfast, same thing, $5.25 is the lowest, $23.16 being the highest for a breakfast.
So that breakfast must have had eggs in it. Huh?
Do you think if you put the weekends out to bid that you could cheapen those all up and go with one? I mean, it'd be just one vendor. You wouldn't be spreading the wealth, but you might be cheaper.
And here's where we run into a problem. There are only, and I may be wrong saying, I'm going to say a few, but I know of 3 that are serving breakfast, lunch, and dinner. The majority either do breakfast, lunch, or they do lunch and dinner. So we would probably have to contract with more than one vendor to cover all 3 meals.
But to make it cheaper, potentially we could go to the cheaper of the breakfasts, more average lunch, and if you did 3 potentially vendors, 1 for each meal for those weekends, you could do that.
Be a paperwork headache though.
It would be.
Yeah.
I mean, looking at these prices with, spending less for breakfast, we are spending more than what we are with the current contract, but it's a few dollars. We're almost at a wash when it comes to the difference between breakfast and suppers because lunches are equal.
Are you opposed to having a 5-day contract signed with Rendezvous Point to at least solidify that portion of the week and solidify for the Rendezvous Point what they're providing? And then we can further explore the weekends and maybe have in an upcoming meeting what used to be Sublette Center, Hospital District, and Rendezvous Point come and see if we can't get a meeting of the minds on weekends. Is that a viable option? Commissioner Vickery?
Yeah, it's fine if you can make it happen, yeah.
So you go get them or they deliver, any of them deliver?
It's
Once in a while.
it depends. So some deliver, some we have to go get.
I'd say the majority we have to go get. There's only a handful that will deliver.
Because I know when the new hospital opens that they'll only cook up there, not down here around the center now, but they still have people in there. So they're gonna have to deliver 3 meals a day down to the center from up on the hill. There'll still be people in those apartments, so they will have to bring food down to them
I see
3
what you're
times a
saying.
day. So they're gonna be trucking food 3 times a day, but it'd be wonderful if we work it out. But I don't, maybe they don't have time.
I'd like to hear that they don't. I think
Yes, correct. And I'd like to know why. Ms. Tina, is that an acceptable solution? Okay, so for Rendezvous Point, proposed 5-day contract with the Sheriff's Department for now would be acceptable. We'll work with all parties, I would think, at the next meeting sooner than later and try to hammer that out. I do, but we can fix that too. Do you have any detainees that can cook?
So honestly, we've done that in the past.
Well, yeah.
They're called trustees.
Mhm.
It seems like we're having a more difficult time in getting a trustee that we actually trust, just because of all the well, and all that. The majority of our inmates have some type of mental health issue. And so the safety of the staff and letting them out is a concern. And so
Absolutely.
we don't have those people that we did in the past, in which we would send over and they would help cook. At Rendezvous Point.
And there's no guarantee in that. They could be here 3 days or they could be here 4 months. There's no.
Well, let's go out on a hiring spree. So if you have a contract, do we want to review the contract, have Clayton review the contract before we execute it? What's standard here?
It's been through Clayton's eyes, hasn't it?
So
Not really amended.
it has not. So, and that is, Mr. Chairman, that is the standard, is to go through the county attorney.
Great, if you,
And then he would present it to the commission for signature.
please, if you
I
proceed.
will send that to him.
But just to show Rendezvous Point on this contract, right?
Yes, that is correct. What's being proposed, and correct me if I'm wrong, or if you have questions, is a 5-day contract, Monday through Friday, between the Sheriff's Department and Rendezvous Point. Outside services, Saturday, Sunday will be picked up from an outside source. Even if we don't have the contract signed today or next week, we'll continue under that umbrella. Is that good? Welcome.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you much. Next on this is, I have listed IT. And then, everyone, please forgive me, but at 10:45, and I neglected to put it on the agenda today, at 10:45, Pinedale is, on Sunday, became the state champions in hockey. And we will have them in for a recognition of their tremendous accomplishment. And so we'll be adjusting our agenda at that point in time just for a couple minutes. Thank you. So IT, thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, I know that Lisa said she was going to to join us. So,
Lisa's here? Did you want her to join?
I mean, if you would like, that'd be fine.
No, for right now, I think we're good.
All right, because I specifically was just going to
Please.
touch on the sheriff's office.
Yes.
And IT. So it's been longstanding. We have been looking for an individual to take on IT for the sheriff's office. This is communications dispatch, the jail. As we all know, the sheriff's office has the majority or the brunt of IT. That technology is huge, from dispatch to deputies to the jail. And for the last decade, 15 years, Travis is taking on a large part of that role, especially with our CAD system. Our CAD is the communication aided dispatch, and that we use Spillman. And that is integrated into everything from our MDTs and our patrol vehicles to body-worn cameras to when we get an inmate for fingerprints, geographical data, all of that has to integrate with that CAD. The state and national are pushing for PSAPs. PSAPs are our local communication sites, so they're public public safety. I can't remember what the acronym stands for. Public safety. I don't remember what the AP stands for, but anyway, it's a communication. The state of Wyoming has 34, as well as the Wyoming Highway Patrol communications. So nationally, they are pushing what's called Next Gen 911. That is going to be a huge cost because the state is going to demand that the individual counties take on that project, and we're looking at millions of dollars. We have been putting away our 911 tax away in preparation for that. But that is going to be another huge integration that we're going to have to do by a certain date, or we'll potentially lose our government aid grant money, and also our certification on having with NCIC. The other one is a new crash reporting program that is supposed to be implemented by July 1st, that each department is going to have to take on as well. And while we appreciate the efforts of what Lisa has done, I do know that after our ransomware attack, it has taken the majority of her time, and I feel other departments have struggled to get things done just because they're not top priority as the sheriff's office are. So again, I mean, I understand we're in a time where we're trying to cut, but we've always have asked to get assistance to help with the sheriff's office to take stuff off of our people's plates, but also to help the other departments as well, so they're not waiting in line to get certain things done.
Great. So, thank you. In the course of your researching this, what have you determined a potential IT person would run?
So I think that that isn't my purview, and that's why I spoke with Lisa. I think that IT falls under her department.
Correct.
This individual, whoever it may be, if it's even approved, will have to have a background check done that is per NCIC standards. Lisa has had an extensive background done on her just so she can be around that equipment and handle that equipment. But we need an individual who understands and is concentrates more on the critical aspect of the IT with dispatch, patrol, and detention versus all the other aspects of emails, computers, laptops, that kind of work.
Thank you for that explanation. We can go into it further when we get to that path here, I suspect in a couple months.
Okay.
Any questions pertaining to IT needs for the sheriff's department?
Well, I would just have one, so then we would have two ITs, so to speak. One for your department and one for all the other departments through Lisa. Is that correct? Is that what I'm understanding?
Well, again, that's gonna be up to, I believe that's gonna be up to Lisa on how she wants to train that individual. I also believe it is in the best interest of the county to have someone in case, heaven forbid, something would happen to Lisa or she would leave. Right now, you know, we would have to rely on WaziTech, much like we did when we lost our previous IT tech. And a lot of that got, put on Travis and other individuals. And it definitely took away from their regular jobs, regular duties. So it would be nice to have someone that can do the things that she does. If for whatever reason she should leave, retire, whatever.
Well, she's not gonna do either one of those. Are you? No. Well, so I guess I'm just curious. So if another individual were to come on board, then that individual would be under Lisa?
That's
Or
my, so it's not my call. That's your.
no, I'm just
Lisa's
asking
call. But
because,
that's not my opinion.
Oh.
So.
okay, but this other individual would be more inclined to work on your side and help Lisa.
I think we do need to have an individual that's dedicated to the critical aspect.
Yeah, well, and that's what I guess I'm not asking that very well, but that's what I'm getting to.
Yeah.
So this would be an individual, obviously, that probably had prior training someplace else, or because I don't think you're going to be able to find somebody to come in, like me, for instance, off the street, say, yeah, in 2 weeks, I'm up to speed. That isn't going to happen.
There's a lot of softwares and a lot of infrastructure and how things work that would have to be trained to that person. There's specific parts of 911 and parts of software we use in the trucks or the body cams or in the jail. So there's a lot of specific training that would probably be involved. As long as they had an IT background and understood, that could be trained.
And we know it's difficult. We've kept our ears open for individuals that have an IT background that possibly would be willing, and it's difficult to find anyone in Sublette County. The ones we have approached that do have that background have said no, that they have no desire to do that. So.
Okay. I think that's a good starting point. Is there anything that you'd care to add, Lisa?
After talking to Casey, and I know we've talked to the commissioners about this, because other counties have 3 and 4 people and we have 1. So after the breach, it took a lot of our time. We're just kind of getting our head above water there. But yeah, it's time for another person. In my opinion, it should be all under the IT department. I know that just because of the infrastructure and the servers and the switches, critical infrastructure. I've been in the past where you try to hire somebody in Sublette County that has extensive qualifications, and it's hard to find somebody that will appear in the cost. So after talking to Sterling, we think that we could get somebody with some technology experience and put them in on the ground, desktop support, they're a techie type person, then we can train them how we want. Because like Travis said, when I came on, I had to learn about all the body cams and Spillman and all that stuff too, because I wasn't in that type of environment before, even though I was in IT my whole career. But so we think we can get somebody maybe locally or, that has a little bit of technology experience, that's eager to learn, ambitious, and we can start them out at a lower pay scale. And that's kind of my opinion. That would take a lot off of my plate. Just having a person that does desktop support.
So for budgetary processes, this would come under your budget or the sheriff's budget, your budget?
My budget, because IT should cover all entities in the county. So because, I mean, I'm responsible for all the network switches and all the servers that are in the sheriff's department.
Okay. That gives us a couple of months to contemplate what's going on, and we can establish and move forward it. Plan and see where it takes us. I think that it's needed.
And we talked about it previously in previous budget discussions for the last 2 years about the
Sure.
need. And I think we're at the point, you know, we're growing, we've grown considerably employee-wise, we've grown software we're using, technology, you know, so I thought the last time we talked, we were kind of at that approval stage. And I think we're at the point where we need to do something, and I know we're in budget cut thoughts and employment freezes, so. But
We have to take care of what's important also. Great. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Lisa.
If I can just hold you for a second, I'd like to go into drones, but we have some really important visitors here that I'd like to have come in and recognize them.
Absolutely.
Gentlemen, come on in,
And ladies,
and ladies.
so Mr. Chairman, what you see walking in here is a group of kids that have worked
Come on in.
very diligently
Good, yourself. I'm gonna stop you right here. Let's go right across the front here.
to bring back
Hey, guy. Good job.
a state
I feel bad for you. You're welcome.
championship trophy
Good job.
in hockey.
Way to go.
And hockey is a lot different than, I think, tennis, because they're different
Great
kinds
job,
of
guy.
objects, right?
Way to go. Great. Now, do we have any parents here with cameras? Anyone that can take a picture to get to the newspaper? We don't have any newspaper anymore, except they collect money and great. And then like to offer Sublette County Board of Commissioners and the County of Sublette. Congratulations to the 2024-25 Pinedale Glaciers on your well-deserved state championship victory. Way to go. Your hard work, dedication, and team spirit have truly paid off. And this achievement is a testament to the strength and perseverance of your team. Here's to continued success and even more remarkable accomplishments in the future. And I don't care how old you guys get, when you're 80, you'll still remember this great day. Way to go, and your hard work paid off. Thank you so very much. Now, if I can get a commissioner over here and here and here, somehow get your team together in a group photo. Yeah, you'll be part of the photo there,
Well, I've
Commissioner
got
Vickery.
to, I've got to have all the short guys in front of me, or I won't show up. And there aren't very many short guys.
Come
here.
on, close together, close together. Tall guys in the back. Hey, in the back. If you'd like to get on the far end, commissioners.
All right, you guys ready? Everybody ready? 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Smile, you guys won.
Yeah, change.
Good job.
I didn't know you were here. You were so quiet. Okay, I wondered if you're feeling okay. Thank you so very much. Congratulations. Way to go. Excellent. Enjoy it. We'll see you at the parade at 4 o'clock today. Great.
And so, what I know about yeah.
So I was Sorry to interrupt you, Sheriff.
No, that's good. So, Mr. Chairman, just for the sake of time, for your time and for ours.
Yes,
if
please.
We could do the drone at another time. I know the commissioners asked each department head to meet once monthly. I know we've taken up a lot of time with IT and meal plan, but we could forego that until the next.
We'll see you next time.
Okay. Any other questions concerning the sheriff's office do you have at this time?
No. Keep
Okay.
up the good work.
All right.
So you
Appreciate
gained
it.
some people, did you?
So we have hired in the detention. We're still struggling on patrol. So, yeah. Yes, we have.
So I have one question where Andre said 4 new sliding doors. I assume that's on the jail cells. Is that correct?
Go ahead.
To the day rooms within a pod of cells. So it's the main in and out doors that staff use to come in and out with meals and to check on them,
Oh, I got you.
connecting to the pod.
Okay. Thank you for that. I didn't know.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman Vicker, that's been we have that on a rotation. Because those doors are so heavy on a mechanism for opening and closing, they wear out fast. And so we have each of those doors on a rotation
I see.
to fix them. So,
Okay, thank you.
thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks.
Thank you, guys.
Great. Cassie Crumpton, please, with a graduate recognition.
Good morning, Chairman.
Good morning.
And Commissioners. This is one of my favorite things I get to do in my role. I would like to introduce you to Leon. Leon is a graduate of the Sublette County Treatment Court Program. Is it okay if I give a little bit of background?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. So our team consists of about 8 members and we're multidisciplinary. I'm the only person, I'm a department head, but I'm also the whole department for treatment court. So I have to collaborate with the courts, with the sheriff's office, with the county attorneys, defense attorneys, and treatment providers to make my team. So it takes a lot from a lot of different areas to get our team together to support folks like Leon and the growth that he's made due to your approval and continued support of the treatment court. Leon, I'm going to share your charges. Is that all right?
Absolutely.
We came along and met Leon after he received 3 charges at a felony level. 2 were at a felony level. 1 was a misdemeanor. Leon's charges were delivery of a controlled substance, conspiracy to commit delivery of a substance offense. I got the wording wrong, but it's around there. And then possession of a controlled substance. Leon was facing 8 to 10 years in the Wyoming State Penitentiary. Leon was offered the opportunity of treatment court and met our levels that we require. So it's a 2.1 addiction severity index matrix of treatment need, and we do a criminogenic assessment. So basically that means his likelihood and risk to reoffend or cause harm to the community. It's a really kind of tight spot that people meet the level of need for our program, but that's based on national standards. Leon dominated the program. That's the best way to say it. He did really well, and he has been a joy to have, and I just really want to hand it over to him and let him share his experience afforded by the program in Sublette County.
Thank you, Cassie. It's nice to meet everybody, Chairman, Commissioners. The program was a lot of hard work, but I mean, in the end, it really paid off. In my application, it asked why I wanted to be a member of the Sublette County Treatment Court, and I specifically said I didn't want to be, that I thought I could do this by myself. And it turns out I was very wrong about that. I thought for a long time I was being forced into doing what I was doing. It was, you go to jail go to prison for 10 years, or you can, do this. And so I was like, well, I'm being forced into doing this and forced into making a lifestyle change. But I quickly discovered that was not the case, that, I was the one that had to put the work into bettering my life, bettering my situation. There was a lot that was asked of me to participate in, and I complained every step of the way about it, but I got it done, I'm very grateful to the treatment court. That really changed my life for the better. I've got a lot better relationship with my kids now. I'm looking at, moving to Riverton here in the near future so that I can, be closer to them and also to like help coach swim teams and do, the dad stuff that I missed out on the years that I spent addicted. So, it has been a long road, but it's been a very, very good thing, and I'm very glad that the opportunity was afforded to me because, I don't know where I'd be without it right now, and the connections I made in Narcotics Anonymous, my community project was, getting a meeting started in Big Piney. So I do chair a meeting on Tuesday nights, at the Marbleton Town Hall for Narcotics Anonymous. It's just an extension of the group that we have here in Pinedale. But I have pretty good regular attendance, and it was something that I think there was a hole in the community there that, we do have an Alcoholics Anonymous group in Big Piney, but, sometimes people that don't consider themselves alcoholic, I'll say, don't feel comfortable in that space of sharing. So I feel like I have filled a little bit of a void in that part of the county. And it's been a great thing. Like I said, I've got pretty regular attendance. At times when I don't have very good attendance, it affords me the opportunity to work on my steps and to better myself. So for that, I'm grateful as well. This was just a really good experience for me, and I'm glad that I can share that with you guys. Thank you very much.
Congratulations. What a great step forward for you. Way to go.
To kind of put some more feathers in Leon's cap, our program really isn't easy. We had 73 weeks together with Leon. It takes a minute to address some of the needs that people come to us with. Our program runs in 4 phases. Each phase is a minimum of about 12 weeks. Whenever they first start in treatment, they have to go to treatment about 9 or 10 hours a week. And that's dedicated after work, same nights a week. That's a lot of treatment. As they advance, some of those requirements fall off a little bit, but they're strictly monitored by our probation deputy, who is now Sergeant Gilhausen. Before that, it was Sergeant Shane Tipler. We ask a lot. On top of that, they have to do sober support meetings weekly and provide verification. We're watching what they're doing. I tell them when they sign up, we're going to be all up in your business, because we are, because we care. So the fact that Leon got to that finish line is no small feat. I don't know if I could complete the program with people telling me what to do for that long, because I'm kind of stubborn.
So do you get a lot that start the program and just don't make it and go on to prison or wherever?
Sometimes, unfortunately, our last stretch of graduates, I'd say our last 5 have really done super well. We've had a good run. Usually if we find people who are resistant to change, it's earlier on in those more strict phases. We try everything we can to divert them from that cell, because we know you're not going to get better in a cell. And it saves money if we treat them when they're not incarcerated. But sometimes people just aren't ready for that change. Leon entirely leaned into it and was ready, and his kids got to attend the graduation. It was beautiful seeing them celebrate having their dad back in their life. And now they're kind of like, we claim them, they're ours now too, forever. Sorry. So Leon really does deserve all the credit, but the foundation of having this, I know we kind of live in the shadows, right? Addiction lives in the shadows. It's not something that's easy for people to talk about, but this program is so important to give us that hope, to offer people that chance to restore what they've lost in their experiences.
Okay. Absolutely. My kids did attend more than one court session with me, and that was something that, my ex is a counselor for drug and alcohol, substance abuse as well. So, I was very lucky in that particular instance, because she kind of understood the plight of the addicts. She'd worked with them enough. So when I started getting better and she started seeing some of those changes, that was something that I was very fortunate in having her, allow me the opportunity to, be able to bring my kids over here, and they saw kind of the work that I put into it, which I thought was, important for them to see that this was not just another farce. It wasn't just another lie. It was something that I was really striving to finish, and I wanted, it's something that I'm proud of.
Absolutely.
Because, Lord knows where I'd be without it right now. And that's something that I'm very grateful for for the county, for Cassie, you know, I mean, she was not wrong. When they're all up in your business, they're all up in your business. And I was very resistant at first, but you know, I mean, it's just something you gotta stick your nose to the grindstone and keep moving forward, you know? And I feel like I did that pretty well, and it's something that I continue to look forward to. I hope that in the future I'll be able to, I want to be able to help people like me as well. So that's something that I'm looking forward to in a career change. You know, peer support specialists, being a part of the NA group, you know, I get to help people when they come to me, you know, with problems, and it's a very cool experience. It's something I feel like I missed, you know, a little bit of a calling on there. So that's something that I'm hoping to do moving forward, is to be able to help folks like me, and maybe, you know.
Your children are the winners.
Yes. Yes, sir. Yeah.
Way to go.
Yes, sir.
Cassie, good job.
Oh, thank you for allowing me.
So do you mind, can I ask you a question?
Absolutely.
So there has to be a point in your life when you say, I've got to have help. How do you balance that when you say, oh, the heck with help, I'm going to continue, I'm going the route that I've been on? I mean, that's got to take a monumental effort on your part to realize that you are, if you don't get help, you're going to fall over the cliff, so to speak.
Yes, sir.
And at some point you probably had fallen over that part of that cliff.
Yes, sir.
But so you've come back, but I'm trying to understand where that point is. You say, I've got to give this up, I've got to have help, or I'm going to be history. How did you determine that for you?
To be honest with you, it was me being arrested that really solidified it. I knew I was an addict, and I knew that I had a problem. It was not something that I was willing to get help with at the time, but being arrested really was kind of the bottom for me. You know, the very first step in Narcotics Anonymous is admitting that we're powerless over our addiction and that our lives have become unmanageable. I knew my life was unmanageable. I just didn't want to admit it. And being arrested and having the Sublette County Treatment Court say, okay, well, if you can't manage your life, we're going to for a little while. Here's our requirements for you to manage your life. Sure. That really helped me, you know, not only admit that I was at that point of unmanageability, because it's something that I was lying to myself about. I didn't want to, you know, I thought I had everything under control. My rent was paid, you know, my bills were paid. I went to work every day. I felt like I was a high functioning addict. And looking back on that now, there's no such thing as a high functioning addict. You know, at some point, everybody needs help. And for everybody, that point is different, sir. So, I mean, for me, really being arrested was the turning point in my life where it was like, okay, I can either do something different here, or I can continue down the same path that I've been going and just completely ruin my life further, you know. And for me, it was, well, do I want to make this change, or do I want to end up in prison and then, you know, maybe be in and out of the prison system? Who knows? You know, I mean, with the way things work, you know, parole and stuff like that, there's a very good chance that I would just continue to cycle through that. And that's not something that I wanted for my life. It's not something I wanted for my kids. You know, I mean, I don't want them to say, oh yeah, my dad's in prison. You know, I wanted them to, you know, be proud. And yeah, my dad is a recovering addict who's in my life now. You know, that's the difference there for me, really. At the end of the day, you know, I mean, it's not necessarily something to be proud of, being a recovering addict, but it's something I feel pride in because it's something I accomplished. You know, it's something that I fight for every day, to fight that addiction, you know, and that addict brain. It's something that I've worked very hard for. So it's something that I'm proud of, you know. Maybe not something that you feel pride when your kids say my dad's a recovering addict, but for me, that was a feat. You know, and it's something that I work for every day and that I attend meetings for regularly 2 to 3 times a week. So,
it's much better than the alternative.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Good job, Leon.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Cassie, good job.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Good work.
Thank you. Leon did most of it. We just held him accountable.
Leon, keep it up.
Thank you. Nice to meet you. Yes, sir. Nice to meet you. Good to meet you. Thank you.
I'll be back to visit you sometime if you ever stick in the office.
All right. Yes, sir. I'm still recovering from that surgery, so I may be in and out.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Up next, Peter Pollan, please.
Morning, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners.
Good morning. Thank you for coming. Let's start with an update as where we're at with the visitor center, please.
Okay. As in, what are we doing in these?
We're in the month of March. What are we doing?
Yeah, so we're getting ready for summer. We've hired the work campers for this summer. They'll be working at the visitor center in Pinedale. There's 2 different work campers that will be here.
Where do they stay?
We pay for their site at the Yellowstone RV Park and have for the last few years.
Thank you.
That's in exchange for 20 hours per week between Memorial Day, roughly Memorial Day, and probably the second week in September.
Mhm.
So that's going on. We're about to hire a part-time employee that will be paid for by the visitor center budget itself, not the county budget. That's going on. We're working on, I met with Clarissa from the Green River Valley Museum and went and viewed the visitor center project down there. After discussions with them, they're looking to have an opening on July 1st. So getting ready for that. So we have earmarked $10,000 out of the lodging tax budget from this last fiscal year to help out getting that place open and staffed and all the things that go on with that. So I went down and viewed the building itself, met with the contractor and Clarissa and Roger McManus from the town of Marbleton, who's also on the Sublette County Visitor Center Board, was there as well. And I believe Mr. Commissioner Vickery was there recently too, or Stevens.
Yeah, yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah,
So-
the same route you did.
Yeah.
And the chairman was there too.
Oh, okay, I didn't realize that, sorry. So yeah, working on that. We continue to work on marketing. A lot of stuff that we do, especially this time of year, is make sure that our events are all lined up and publicized through the Wyoming Office of Tourism. We do some Facebook stuff that we're working on, mainly for events promotion. We just recently got done with the Winter Carnival promotion that we did. We did some marketing and advertising around the state for that. Where I think the next is the drift race is coming up next weekend. We have the girls hockey tournament. So we're provided 225 welcome bags for that tournament for the people attending that. What else are we doing?
Well, there are fundraisers coming up down there. Thursday.
Yeah, the Hard Hats and Stetsons fundraiser at the Southwest Senior Center will be on the 16th, I believe. And that'll be a fundraiser also. 15th, okay, yeah. Oh, do you have anything else, Jessica? I can't think of stuff going on. Yeah, so we continue to provide support for a lot of the events and get ready to advertise those around as best we can. So using our marketing budget towards events mostly right now. So we'll be promoting the Sublette County Fair and Rendezvous, obviously. And we target kind of a focus on the outside of the county, obviously, as part of it. We feel as though there's lots of value in promoting in Rock Springs and Evanston, Cody and Jackson, Lander, and then we kind of dip into the other areas that are our most popular: Denver area, Salt Lake City, Idaho Falls. Just
how do you target those areas?
So if you use Facebook Meta, you're able to choose where your marketing goes to, and also kind of narrow it down to different categories of, people who are maybe interested in outdoor stuff, people who are interested. So you can target that filter in the advertising to, get that out there. And so anyone who's, interested in those kind of things, that still kind of learning the meta universe a little bit, how it works. So, but that's mainly where our focus is at this point, is doing those kind of things.
Mrs. Rice, you're president of, is that on? Looks like.
I'm not president of anything. No.
According to your husband.
Oh, yes, of the household. Treasurer of the Visitor Center
Thank
Board,
you.
yes.
Thank you.
The only thing I would maybe add to Peter's, the information he's giving is we're trying to target more of our slower seasons in Sublette County, with the winter, fall, spring. Spring's really hard, but we have a lot of foot traffic in the summer already with Rendezvous and, campers and hikers. So we're trying to target the slow times of year.
Thank you. How did you do on, we obviously had a communication problem last time you were in here. And we're not able to remove several of us agreed distasteful links on the site.
Yes, and I did so.
They're all gone. So if I were to go on there, I'm not going to find one, yes?
Not that I'm aware of, sir. I went through the website extensively through all the different pages. Those two links were on the face page. We have a partner section on the bottom. And I removed both the Pinedale Travel and Tourism, and I assumed I was supposed to remove the town of Pinedale's as well.
Only to the extent of their misleading advertising of coming here and promoting our community. What was done was an affront to my outfitter friends that work hard for the pristine wilderness that we have here, and to have someone say, come race your four-wheelers with our elk herds and you're welcome. It doesn't, right?
So I, just to add, I met with them, and they are in the process of changing all that right now, and I think some of that's been done. And so if you guys go back on the visit pinedale.org website, you'll probably see a lot of changes. I haven't gone and looked today or not, but they were constantly working on the focus after our discussion with them was I felt as though they were going to get more into kind of what we were kind of doing. It was more or less more local promotion of businesses too, and also events. So we'll see. But I have seen some changes already.
Your phone number was on their website.
Correct.
Do you have a contract or anything? Run that through by me again.
So I have what I call COS with the town of Pinedale, and they sponsor the visitor center. This last fiscal year was in the tune of $7,500, and the contract is that they don't really have anyone to monitor their phone for their department, so they asked, because that's kind of what we do.
Sure.
That I answer their phones. It's very infrequent. I don't know if I get more than 3 or 4 phone calls a day, but not even from that, maybe just regular people call in.
I've been asked by a couple commissioners and people out in the public, what do you do? And so thank you for coming in and clarifying that.
Yeah, there's probably more, Commissioner, on this. There's lots of things. Getting ready for our summer is a very important focus of ours. And so,
great. I'm glad to hear there's a lot more, because I'd like to have you come back on a monthly basis so we can keep up to date with what's going on.
Sure.
And I think that goes a long way for the future with us.
Yeah. And it's always been my very important for our department and myself that the commission and us are kind of on the same page as best we can. And we have some little differences here, but
we've had
important for me.
We've had a huge disconnect in our last meeting. I think we are off on the right foot again.
Absolutely.
Commissioner Vickery, anything to add?
No, I don't have. I like the thoughts that there's something positive happening on the Piney front down there, because they've got a lot of unique little things down there. Matter of fact, I can remember staying in that jail one night down there. It was outside, however.
Sat out there all by itself.
Yeah, it did. Yeah.
The visitor center down there will be really nice when it's completed. They're doing a great job. It looks good.
Yeah. So I've started the process because we were kind of waiting to see where the status would be. And so I've already started coming up with what we can do. I feel as though I'm in a position to be able to staff that down there without really adding any. I've got other programs I can use to staff that visitor center, including myself. Be down there a few days a week this summer and get things rolling, and then we'll go from there.
Yeah. So I pushed a lot of assets down there. There's a lot of great people, a lot of great things. That museum is tremendous.
Yes, it is.
So, good.
Yeah, I that just to see the increase in visitation for their museum was quite the discussion we had with them today or last week. So,
Correct.
yeah, looking forward to it. So it's good stuff.
Okay. Thank you so much for coming in and updating us. It's great to see you again.
And my wife Pilar wanted to say, I don't know if you know Pilar Abandon.
Oh, is she your wife?
That's
I didn't know
she
that.
wanted to say hello to you.
Oh my gosh, what a lovely lady.
Told her I would, so.
Thanks. Gosh, you won the lottery there.
Yeah, you're exactly right.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
How'd the race go?
It went wonderfully.
She placed ninth.
Ninth in my age group.
That's like 25.
Yeah.
So where was it again?
In St. John in the Virgin Islands. Yeah. It was
That's
beautiful. It was beautiful. Thank you for asking.
Congratulations.
You scared me
Care
for a
if you
second. You're
lost
like,
or
don't
not."
go anywhere. Like,
Yeah.
oh gosh. Thank you. See you guys. Was
Yeah.
that everything?
Good. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman. Thank you, commissioners.
Okay, 11 o'clock, where are we?
I've got a question, Mr. Chairman, before we go any further. What's this meeting schedule thing in there?
I don't know, I have that also.
You know, Jerry? It's, don't even have the right dates on it.
Yeah, 20 and 19, it's,
I got one also and I didn't know what the heck it was for.
All right, I thought maybe it was supposed to be.
Okay, up next would be Clayton Malinkovich. He probably won't be in until this afternoon. He's over at the high school talking about
career days.
Career day. Thank you so much. So I'd like to propose that we take a 15-minute break and resume at 11:20. All good? Call it back to order then. Then at 11:50, we'll have a modification to our agenda. Shad Cooper will join us for a brief question and answer pertaining to expenditures.
Thank you, gentlemen, for having us. We just wanted to give you guys a little update on some changes over at the.
Please introduce your guest.
This is Bridger Fates, my associate director.
And are you?
Associate Director of UW Extension.
Okay, so you're out of Laramie, or where are you from?
I'm out of Laramie half the time and Evanston the other half.
Thank you. Excuse my ignorance, but I didn't. It's a new face.
Great. So which building in Evanston do you come out of half the time? That was a joke.
Great.
Yeah.
Okay, we're back on schedule. Sorry, Dagan.
Oh, that's all right. Dear, I'll let you.
Yeah, so I recently accepted a new role with the University of Wyoming Extension.
Yes, congratulations.
Thank you. So I'll be the volunteer development specialist, so I'll get to oversee all volunteers in our 4-H program across the state, and also the master gardeners and the master food preservers once that gets up and running. So that means that the 4-H educator position is going to be vacant until it gets filled. University will work on posting that soon. But in the meantime, I will still help out with 4-H duties along with Dagan and then Amy in our office and the 4-H council just in the interim time. So.
Okay, please correct me on this. I thought you said you're leaving the educator position here. I thought you were the extension agent. I was mistaken.
All of our titles are extension educator. Agent's a title from the probably 30 years ago, last time extension used that title in Wyoming.
So the position you're currently in is vacated until we have someone that can come in with knowledge comparable to you. Yeah, great. I understand. Thank you.
Yeah, you bet.
Because
here.
Yes. Yep. So I'll stay in the Pinedale office and just maybe switch my office from where I currently am until the new educator comes in.
Great. Thank you.
Yeah, that was really one of the things we want to talk to you about is one of extension. And I probably was the one who started this trend. We realized that having all of our leadership in Laramie isn't necessarily the best way to remain connected to the communities of Wyoming. And so when I accepted the interim role as associate director and then associate director, I always kept my office in Evanston and then spent some time on campus. But we've really tried to, we've had some new roles come up. So this volunteer specialist, we've got our 4-H, the program leader over all of 4-H is in the Evanston office now as well. And then just had our new small acreage specialist will be staying in the carbon office. So we want to spread some of that leadership around the state so that we can be better connected to you guys and better serve you. It's really the goal behind that.
Great. Thank you. Appreciate that. Questions?
I don't have any. I think when we interviewed, and I was part of the interview committee that brought you aboard.
Yep.
And by far you were, at least in our opinion, up here above the rest. So you're still going to stay here in this part of the world, so to speak.
Yep.
But you're going to do a lot of traveling, I'm guessing, or some.
Yep. I'll still attend a lot of the state 4-H events. So I'll be at State Fair. I can be also at Sublette County Fair to assist as if there is a new educator, if they need help, or just to be a helping hand around. But yeah.
So when will the advertisement go out for your replacement?
So whenever we have a position changeover, we do a 10-day window of folks that can transfer into the position. So today is the last day of that 10-day window. So, and those requests would go to the other associate director, Matt. So I haven't heard whether anybody requested a transfer. If they do, we would still bring them to you and have you meet them similar to an interview process, just a little bit shortened. If there's not a transfer, then we'll go immediately out with a national search and open it up to.
And so there would be another interview process for that individual, is that correct? Yeah.
It's good timing. People are looking for jobs as they just graduate right now, so.
Sure.
When we get positions advertised this time of year, we have a lot better luck than.
Okay. Well, congratulations. Then I'd like to go off on a tangent, if I may. We had a recent curveball here thrown over the past years. I had been out and spoken with the two of you, and I don't know if you've been apprised or not. And as I've gone through, I actually talked with a number of people in regards to this. And as Amy so succinctly says, there's three sides to every story. And I don't think that in this instance, all three sides were maybe tended to, if that makes sense. I reached out to Dr. Mandy. Yeah, it was very nice, short, very straightforward. And her attitude is something that I found their local, you're dealing with in what's written here. So I'm not casting any dispersions at the two of you. But you're dealing with a lack of full disclosure of both sides to the story. We pick one side and we say, by God, I'm right, regardless of what's going on. And as it's a county building, we as a society feel that everyone has the right to represent themselves and say exactly what's going on, and that right was denied this person, I believe. And then it went to the state level, and never was I told that no, it's a lifetime ban, other than what can we do, which was not how it was represented to me. So there's several instances here that I feel that we are not treating a family in the manner that is acceptable for a person that pays taxes that helps put that roof over your head, if that makes sense. And I recognize that some of the instances that you went through were not the most pleasant, but at the same time, it's probably goes the other way too. And until that's fully fleshed out by being able to present to a council and or the alternative, the Board of Commissioners, Dr. Marley, yourselves, the family that's been involved, and a few others, I would strongly encourage that we cross this bridge, get it repaired, and move forward, and then incorporate into our platform the right to contest what's going on. How this is written is incorrect. You are not a dictator. You can't ban people for life at your own discretion. It doesn't work that way in today's society, if that makes sense.
I would like a correction, though. It wasn't
Please.
a ban for life. It's written as it was a ban for the following year so this upcoming year, according to the council minutes.
So, and I was out there, and never once was this said. Not once. I took the time to go out and visit. A ban's a ban unless you tell me differently, right? At the onset, the children were banned, and they weren't allowed. When I spoke with the party involved, they said, well, I was told your children can go. I was never told that, according to them. So even though, and I'm not saying that you're wrong, I'm saying that the system that you are working under is not a valid system to work under. If you made a determination saying a one-year ban, great. There was no written communication expressing that. The individuals had no way to represent themselves and say this is what happened for further consideration. I had people on the council say that it was run through and we had no idea what was going on, other than we were tired of the meeting because of other things, so we said yeah. So there's a number of things that did not add up for me.
Yeah, I think it's always a challenge when we have, these sorts of situations and balancing local needs with university needs. You know, the facility and really the barn is a part of it's managed through the council. It's not something the university necessarily, well, I mean, we provide a 4-H educator who's partly funded through the county and partly funded through UW to help work with the council, but we do try and let those councils make decisions. I mean, the decision was a council decision, not necessarily a university decision. Not that we disagree with that decision. I'm not saying that, but in all of these cases, the council has to have some autonomy in terms of when they make those decisions and how they make the decision. So we're supportive of the due process and the right process to make it happen.
Sure.
You know, I know Dr. Marnie let you know that certainly the parties involved are welcome to come and present at the public comment period of the next council meeting, which is not this Thursday, but next Thursday. So I think there will be a process, and usually in those situations, and I've been to the side. So my role as associate director is to supervise the ag and natural resource educators, so Dagan, and the community vitality and health educators, which is you got the nearest one you have is Mary Martin. I think you've done some work with Mary, but so I don't supervise 4-H directly, so I haven't been directly involved in this situation other than to just provide some advice and counsel as we go through. But the way that generally this works, and I think you're seeing it play out now, is, a council will make a decision. If that decision, if there's, disagreement with the decision, there's always an opportunity to appeal to the council. So you can appeal those decisions, which is essentially what's happening now.
And if almost a year later, and only because I pushed it, not because of any generosity based on the council or the local 4-H. That is not a correct statement. I'm sorry. And then furthermore, I was told very distinctly that they were banned by the state. And you told me that several times, which you just told me it was not the case.
No, not banned from the barn by the state, but banned from being a volunteer leader through the state. Those are different.
I agree there are different divisions, but a leader can still use the barn. Is that not correct? So why are we even having it?
A parent can still use the barn, but the council was the ones who voted to remove her from the barn. The university made a decision to remove that person as a volunteer leader, but their volunteer leader status doesn't affect whether kids can be a part of 4-H or participate in the barn or those other things.
Sure. Okay. So we obviously had a communication issue, and we did not have a right of representation by the individuals to face the council at that point in time, and we didn't have any written determination by the 4-H. And if we would have had both of those, we wouldn't be talking today.
Yeah, I think that's, we want this process to move forward. And
I do too.
People to be heard. I don't, I think, I think that's.
Yep, we're on the same page. Okay, great. So thank you. I look forward to this coming to resolution.
Sounds good.
Great. Congratulations on the job. That's exciting. Thanks, Dagan. Up next, monthly reports. So we're about 20 minutes, 15 minutes before Shad gets here. Monthly reports entail accounts payable and payroll. I'd like to present payroll for the past month in the amount of $1,262,285.17. I don't think that there's any items for us to address in that regard.
Make a motion to approve payroll.
Have a motion for payroll approval. Is there a second? I have a motion second in payroll in the amount of $1,262,285.17. All in favor? Aye. We will, let's see. Let's move to the assessor. At this point, Boulder Store's not here, but do they need to be for?
We just need to approve them.
Go ahead.
Okay.
I have a motion for catering permit for Boulder Store.
There's one more in there.
So the first catering permit will be for Elkhorn Trading Post. 315-360 for the ski journey event.
Yeah.
Second catering permit will be Boulder Bar on 3-1 for the Cattleman's Quick. Third permit will be the Boulder Bar on 315. Fourth one will be Boulder Bar 3839 for the Steel Ranch Ski Journey. Is no second. Yeah.
No, I thought we all did. Okay. Motion to accept is read by Commissioner Bradley. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Applications passed. Oh, not yet. Oops. Thank you. Sail away.
Okay, so I have two gray lock and OVCs. They're not too bad. They're both for tax year 2024. One is for $7,237.54 and the other is $132.35. I have an abatement for Jonah Gas Gathering. We discovered this year that a non-report adjustment was put on their personal property account. They returned their form last year. So that should actually come off. That was an error in our office. So that is that. And then I have one other thing that I would like to bring to your attention. Mr. Hiddle, Rusty Hiddle came in yesterday. Last year we sent our ag forms out. We sent a second notice, NOVs. He came in yesterday, claims he never received any of them. He's always been ag. I mean, he's obviously ag. But our process changed it to fair market value. His taxes went from $7,237 to $54,645.
And he wouldn't pay it?
I don't know that he can pay it. He came to see if there was anything we could do. It is
no, I was
past
being
protest.
facetious.
Oh, it is past protest period. I understand that. I think this is an instance that I think he has filled it in now. We didn't receive him back. Like I said, we did our process correctly, but whether he received them or not, I don't know that. He claims he didn't.
So
It's
any of
huge.
those forms that go out and don't come back, you adjust.
We adjust to fair market value, and it's because we have to have something on file. It's a 6-year thing now, unless you lease. Then that's
And
yearly.
there's no visual inspection before you adjust it.
No, but we sent the original, a second notice, a letter. They didn't come back to us. I mean, it's up to you guys. I would
suggest you sign this. I think that could, like, that would bankrupt me. That's huge.
So what made it change so much?
It got put to fair market value because his ag forms didn't get returned. He says he never received them last year.
So
it goes to fair market
So it
value.
goes to
He's
9.5%
clearly ag. No, not 9.5. It's, I mean, ag is just based on productivity, so it's very low.
But how does it change to fair market value?
We put it at what market value for that land is versus agricultural values. And it's different for every account, but based on what type of soil they have, how they're using it, if it's grazing. He did turn one in yesterday, so he's now on a 6-year cycle. I will make it very clear that if you do this, he has got to turn that in every 6 years. And I know we have legit ag, people and ranchers, but we have to send these out because we get people who say, I sold someone 3 quarts of firewood and want ag. No. So that's why we have to do it. We have to have something on file, and we have to, weed out the people that really, truly don't. So that's this one. So the total abatement is, one of them is, he has 2 accounts, 15,102, and the other one's 32,182.
And that's for the Frosty Hill.
That's for Frosty Hill.
I'd make a motion to accept Frosty Hill's abatement in the amount of
Total of,
50,
42,000.
it's 47,000.
47.
47,000 and some change.
Yeah,
Second,
okay, thank you. And he will thank you, I know.
in favor? Aye.
Yeah, I'll second it.
I don't like those forms. I don't know what
I know,
the answer is.
I know.
I just soon see your office make a visual inspection of, is there agriculture sign around it? I don't know what the answer is, but
Well, we
those
have
forms
to have forms on file by state statute. It has to be filled out and notarized, not every year. We used to send them out every year. And we went to a 6-year cycle, just like we do with residential inspections, to make it easier. I mean, if you lease or someone leases, they have to do it yearly in case that lessee changes, but I get it. I know, like, you guys are ranchers and you're still ranchers, but
Yeah, you call that ranching.
Boy, I can guarantee you, I'd cut a hole in the river and drop in it if I got a deal like that.
it was awful. And I didn't know it even went up that much, but he has a lot of land and
Yeah.
thank you. All right.
now we got to approve the others.
Oh, yes. So you have that one and then the 2 Greylock.
Make a motion to approve the 2 Greylock NOVCs in the amount of
7,237 and 132.
7,300.
Do you want to look at it? Up top.
Make a motion to approve NOVC for Greylock. First one in the amount of $7,237.54. The second one in the amount of $132.35. Bill of gas gathering in the amount of $5,251.97.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Anything next?
Thank you. Mr. Malinkovic, did you have contracts to go over or not today?
I do not have any contracts today.
Okay, thank you. Just on the agenda is why.
Yep. I think it's a standard spot.
Okay. So we took care of Layla. Is this about approval? No. Signature.
Must be it. Huh?
Administrator update written report. That must be a standard language on this form also then.
Yeah,
Oh, there was, no, I retract that. I'm sorry.
yeah. Oh, I've got one.
Yes. J. I.
You need this one?
It's all mine.
Yeah. There. Thank you. Mr. Cooper's here.
Pardon me?
Mr. Cooper, would you be kind enough to come on down? Welcome.
Commissioners.
ML. Thank you for doing that parade today.
Yeah, looking forward to it.
There was a question on payables pertaining to a storage unit.
Pinedale self-storage, yeah, I think it was where I see it. We're just short of $2,000, and I'll find it in a minute, maybe.
Mr. Chairman, I'm familiar with the
Great, thank
the
you.
expense. I'm happy to answer any questions about it. Just for background, we've had that storage unit since the beginning of unification. We've used it since day one. And I just want to bring your attention in the contract between the town of Pinedale and Sublette County to provide fire protection services, Section 5, fire equipment and vehicles. It specifies a 1940 Ford fire engine shall remain available to the town for parades and other fire functions. This fire engine shall remain parked at the Pinedale, or I'm sorry, not parked, marked at the Pinedale Volunteer Fire Department. So what that storage unit is, and we've talked about this in the past, this is the storage unit where we store the antique fire parade truck in.
Okay. Where is that building at?
And so how often, I guess I'm not familiar with it. I must have been.
So that's been
somewhere
occurring the
else.
past 10 years? Okay.
So that's been, and that's what this costs every year?
Mr. Chairman, let me defer to ML. She's got some more information on that.
Yes, I received notification from John Finn, who is the manager at Pinedale Self Storage, stating that the rates were going to increase. And with my prior knowledge that our income was going to go down and we needed to cut and watch our pennies, I renewed this with 6 months of the cost at the current rate and then 6 months at the increased rate. So that was a savings of the rate increase for 6 months, and I thought that was the appropriate thing to do.
Great.
So let me ask again, what you store in that again? And is it one unit or two? One, okay.
One, sir.
Okay, and you store what in it now? Say that again.
The antique fire truck from the town of Pinedale is stored in that unit.
So there's another place we can store it without, I mean, there's facilities all over this county that thing would fit into. Is there a reason it has to be there, I guess, specifically?
Please.
Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to entertain any ideas. This is a simple solution. It's the way we've been doing it for a long time, but if there's efficiencies we can look at.
No, it was just brought to our attention this morning, so I don't have enough knowledge to offer any great advice.
Do they get it out and run it at every parade?
We do, Yep, the volunteers put some time and effort into maintaining it. They replaced the brakes on it and fixed the drive axle on it here a couple of years ago. And yeah, they put some effort. It's a sense of pride for the community and the organization and the volunteers.
It's not something you want to run from way out of town into town.
It's got some signal bias tires on it, and yeah, it's not something you want to drive more than a few feet. But.
Okay, so let me ask the question again. Maybe I didn't ask it properly. There isn't another facility in this proximity that the county has that we could put that in?
Mr. Chairman.
Please.
I assume you're asking me the question.
Yes.
Yes, I'm sorry, yes.
I'm happy to entertain any ideas. If you have suggestions, I'd leave that to the commission, and maybe that might be a question for maintenance to examine. I'll leave that to the commission to look at. If there's a better solution, we're happy to entertain what that would be.
Well, how often is it used?
So then basically, if I understood what was said, and I'm not very bright on this, we would need to have a facility within the town of Pinedale that would hold a fire engine that would be county owned is what we would be looking for, or within the same proximity as the storage units themselves. So do we have any buildings like that around that we're aware of?
What about the town of Pinedale? It's their truck, huh? Or is it still deemed the
It's
county?
titled into Sublette County. That's how the title reads.
And I thought there's an agreement that you referred to also in the same regard, so.
Well, that's a $10 agreement. Here we are, uphold the $10 agreement to store a $2,000 storage bill.
Sure, I get it.
There's a storage unit at Rendezvous Point that's being used by, like, it's already under contract to Aspen Grove.
Correct.
So all 4 of those units there?
So 2 of them go to Aspen Grove and the other 2 are tied to the Rendezvous Point.
And then they may not be long enough to hold a fire truck.
In there or not.
It's a pretty good sized building.
Mm-hmm.
And the last time I looked over there, one of them just had a lot of junk in it, you know?
Sure.
I mean,
That's probably hold for the Sublette Center.
well, this was a Rendezvous Point one.
Okay. So any thoughts or options available on this?
I'd want to hear from maintenance. I'm not aware of
Okay.
Well, if we're holding it, and it's titled to Sublette County?
Correct.
And it doesn't go anywhere, basically, use it for parades or something like that.
Correct.
So if it's not being used or gonna be used on a call out to a fire, for instance, I assume that's correct from what I'm hearing. And
I don't ever see it going to a fire, sir.
so, okay, so then what would be the matter with storing it someplace in one of the county facilities and loading it up on a trailer and haul it in for wherever it needs to go for the event that it's gonna be in? I mean, that should be a pretty simple thing to do, rather than spend $2,000 just to have it set in a storage shed. To me, it would. I mean, there's trailers all over the country. I've got one. I'd haul it for you if that's what it came down to. I mean, the Daniel Fire Station's got a lot of room in it. I haven't been at this one, so I'm not sure what's in it. Down at Big Piney's got it. Their Fairgrounds has got a great big storage facility. They're all over. Yeah, it's not as convenient, but if we're only talking a little bit of it once in a while usage, what's the matter with that?
How many times a year is it in a parade?
Mr. Chairman, we use the parade truck annually during the Rendezvous Parade.
Okay. And is that the only time?
Yes.
Okay.
When I saw the bill, I was confused on what it might be, but I hate the thought of moving the antiques around myself.
Okay.
If there's a spot in town, maintenance can find that support it, otherwise support right where it's at.
Well, I mean, I think we could look for a couple of weeks here, whatever, till the next meeting and see what's available, so. Fine, wait a little bit.
Okay. Commissioner Stevens would like to look around and see if there's anything close by. Commissioner Bradley would prefer to leave it in town. On the lease itself, is it a signed year lease or how's the documentation work, ML?
It's for a year, yes, sir.
Okay, so we've, at this point in time, if we've signed a lease, then unless we want to take steps and try to step out of it. I think we're probably okay where we're at for a year.
Well, that may very well be. I can't argue that point. What I'm arguing is the fact we're spending $2,000 on a unit that doesn't move, and if it's got to be moved, it's not going to, if it can go down the street in Pinedale or in Big Piney as part of a situation there, it'll surely drive up on a trailer to be hauled to either one of those places. And if it can't move, then it has to stay where it's at. But if it's runnable, and it sounds like it is, just spent, what'd you say, did brakes work on it and something else?
If we want to go that route, we put it down in the museum in Big Piney and they get it out and bring it up here for the.
There you go.
I think that building across the street would have room.
Well, no, they've got that big shop.
When
They
they
don't
get
know what
it
to put in
done.
it. Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's still a year out, I would say, if time to get it done. I don't know.
Yeah, they're farther on.
Are they?
Oh, yeah, in July, they're planning on opening. So.
Then it could be looked at every day.
Mr. Chairman.
Please.
This is the original fire truck for the town of Pinedale. It's been in Pinedale since 1940. I would encourage, if you're considering moving it out of Pinedale, that you include the town of Pinedale and the mayor and the council in that decision.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Okay, we've had a discussion. Any motions?
Hey, I say we table it 2 weeks and don't find anywhere in town of Pinedale. At that point, I'll make a motion.
Yeah, I can live with that, I guess. And so what we'll do then is hold up the payment on this,
Hold that invoice on
that until we can explore another avenue.
Yeah, we'll need to find it on the payable sheet. Okay, is there anything else for Mr. Cooper or ML?
No.
So I think that's where we're at for right now, and we'll get it sorted out. Thank you much. Thanks for coming over. So where is that expenditure on this payables? Page number?
It's in the 300s. I'll tell you that.
Yeah. It's Pinedale Self-Storage. The invoice number is 49272.
What page is that, please?
It's on 10.
Thank you.
First time I remember it being discussed.
Huh?
That storage shed, I don't ever remember it.
I don't ever remember it. Must
There
have
it is.
been. I just didn't look at it.
1926.
We've already, and I didn't bring that up, but we've already went through the early payment thing with a concrete deal. Paying ahead of time, and that caught the wrath of the clerk, as I recall. And she was absolutely right.
Okay, we have listed payables in the amount of $528,309. we are going to subtract from this the Pinedale self-storage in the amount of $1,926 even, which will leave us an amount for today's account payable in the amount of $526,383. Take a motion to accept that.
Make a motion to accept accounts payable in the amount of $526,383, withholding the Pinedale self-storage of $1,926 at this time.
Thank you. Have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Great. Thank you. Then we're back to the administrator update. It says there's no presentation. It's just general information. That's how I read this.
But the yellow is kind of important.
It is. In May, there's a Western Interstate Regional Conference. Registration has opened. Janessa has booked Sam White. She's awaiting information from myself and Commissioner Bradley for the conference dated 5/21 to 5/23. I think in Nebraska, if memory serves.
It's in South Dakota.
Yeah.
Oh, South Dakota. Great, thank you. And maybe that's why we have the calendar. That's
You're
wrong.
going down.
You're not going? Okay, so if I go and Sam goes and the three of you, there's a quorum.
We'd still be here.
And you can still meet, so we don't need to change the meeting date.
Right.
Unless there's something you all think you might need to participate in. Pretty easy to change the date. You all would be here. I mean, we're getting
Well, we've
to
been
kind of busy times.
Oh, but we're in good hands. You'll be in charge.
Well, whatever. I'll just call it off. Table, a lot of stuff.
Okay, I believe that's the entire agenda prior to 1 o'clock. Motion and second for lunch. Meet back at 1 o'clock.
Hang on a second. I don't see it in her report. I thought we've got a letter, an invite to Blue Spruce Open House on March 11th at the Sublette County Library in Big Piney. I thought she was gonna have that meeting in her report, but I don't see it. But they're gonna unveil what they're doing and
March 11th at what time?
March 11th, I don't know the time.
Is
Are
that,
they using this office down here?
No.
They got one that says Blue Spruce.
Well, no, maybe they're,
Upstairs
yeah, they might be, but they said their office, if they, other than that, the plant out there, they have one in, either be in the bar or Big Piney, they have yet to decide.
so what'll be,
BLM sent this letter out. This is part of the NEPA process they're working through it.
Yeah.
And BLM is failing what they're doing and their community involvement meeting is March 11th at some time at the Big Pine Library.
okay, so it'd be advantageous for us to be there.
Some of us ought to be there.
What, so what do we need to do to steer the office into Big Piney?
Just keep working on them. I think as it progresses, I don't know. I don't know what they're gonna.
So is
Okay,
it all on BLM?
No, the biggest part of the problem is the pipeline they have to run across the BLM between wells. But it's requiring a NEPA process, and the industrial siding they plan on starting in July. And at that point, I think we'll have a lot of effect on some of their operation, but that won't happen until July. Sounded like they were gonna come in maybe late April and do a zone change on some agricultural ground they own up there, change it to heavy industrial.
So they actually bought some land.
They own 1,600 acres up there.
Who
And the
did they get
plants
it on?
Questar, I think, owned it originally. And the plant's gonna sit on one of those BLM, or the Game and Fish is actually making them move their plant to a different site due to winter stipulations.
Okay,
But I don't know the time of it, but it's March 11th, I do know. You know,
if you find out, you'll give us a I put it down on my calendar. I
So
just
that's
don't know what
next
time.
Tuesday.
Yeah, and I know Janess has the letter from the BLM.
I can't make it.
I can be there.
I
The
can be
reason
there.
I know is if it's next Tuesday.
Okay, 1 hour break, reconvene at 1 o'clock.
Yeah, well,
Little Jenny Ranch.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Yeah, the proposal that I have in front of you today is an application by Little Jenny Ranch for conditional use permit for a special event. This event will be the third annual ski joring event that the Little Jenny has held. Last couple of years, it has went over very well. Last year they had, it was very well attended, and they're planning on another very good year of this. This is located on the Little Jenny Ranch, Upper Del Creek. And in your packets, I've got one picture in there shows the side of the road that the race event will be on and the side of the road the parking event will be on. This is a similar arrangement to how it was set up last year. They've been working on plowing the parking out, getting the race event set up. Again, this was a very well attended and well presented event last year, and this year looks to be the same. This was discussed and brought up before the Planning and Zoning Board at their last meeting. Planning and Zoning Board recommends approval of this application for Little Jenny Ranch, and the vote of a four in favor of and one commissioner abstained. With that, I would be happy to answer any questions, and also Faith Hamlin and her representative, Little Jenny, is here today. So,
thank you. Is there any presentation that you'd like to make before we get started on this, or are you good?
No, I appreciate Dennis's presentation for us, and I think we get better every year, and that's always the goal.
Great. We appreciate what you do for the county. Thank you. Any comments from the public? Any online? Open to commissioners' comments? Everyone's had a chance to read through. We know what's going on.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I attended that meeting where this was approved. There were some concerns that were brought up that would not have an impact on this going forward, in my opinion, but there were some issues that in the future, I think, need to be vetted better on these conditional use permits. There was some things that, as I look at this, there were some things that the applicant was not aware of, and at least until that meeting. These things need to be addressed so that in the future, if we've got somebody wanting to put events on like this that don't have the background to do them properly, as the Little Jenny folks do, could end up putting the county in an unfavorable position, I guess what I'm saying. So I think that to do just to this situation, I'm going to be in favor of the application, but what I am going to say is, and I don't know whether this is a recommend, I hope it doesn't go like that, but I think these conditional use permits need to be vetted a little bit better than what they have been in the past. And folks did everything you were requested. But I think some of these conditional use permits seem to be just a stroke of the pen and away we go. And when you go through and look at the requirements in some instances, not all, but in some instances, they get kind of in depth as to what are required for the conditional use permit to be given out. So that's, I guess, my concerns is that at some point these conditional uses need to be vetted somewhat more strongly through the office than perhaps they have in some instances in the past. And I know this one with you guys has got history of being spot on. And I've heard that from residents and on the community as well as other folks. So there's no issue on my part with this. Absolutely not. But I think in the future, and I know there's going to be a future for you up there, that you need to be sure to ask all the proper questions and be certain that this thing is vetted properly so that you and the community and the county don't get in the position to where, whoops, we should have, but we didn't know that. And so, and that responsibility doesn't fall on you, it falls on planning and zoning to take care of those things. So anyway, that's my comment.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Yes, please.
On that point right there, the conditional uses for the special events is quite a bit different than our application, what should be on the application for a normal conditional use permit. Currently, we have one application that covers all conditional use permits, and we discussed this the following day quite in depth, and we have in the past. A special event with those requirements have a lot of different requires different questions that should be asked. And currently we don't have an application that takes care of that. So on our part, we need to update the applications, probably have a separate application for the special events to get those questions answered that would be differently answered than what would be for a regular conditional use permit. So yeah.
I wouldn't disagree with that. Yeah. Thank you. Okay, everyone's had a chance to go through. I'll entertain a motion on this.
I make a motion to accept the conditional use permit submitted by the Little Jenny Ranch for the ski touring event on March 15th and 16th.
Oh, second that,
please.
And just a reminder that motion needs to include
these findings. Yeah.
The specific findings.
Yeah.
Their motion kind of covers it. The second one, so this one here, this kind of covers it.
There's two of them there, I think.
But it's A and the B on that other, yeah, on that other one.
Mr. Chairman, let me restate my motion. I have considered the proposed location and use within accordance with resolution of the district, and that the proposed location and use and conditions under which it would be operated or maintained will not be detrimental to public health, safety, or welfare, or materially injurious to property or improvements in the vicinity. With that, I would make a motion to approve this permit.
I'll still second it.
Thank you. Any further discussion on this? I have a motion for conditional use permit with the proposed location of the use and conditions under which it would be operated or maintained will not be detrimental to the public health, safety, or welfare, or materially injurious to properties or improvements in the vicinity. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you so much.
And I'll get that out to you.
Yeah.
The second thing that I kind of wanted to touch on, the planning and zoning heard presentation by Whiskey Rock Consulting on the regulations at their last meeting. And he gave his presentation. They had some discussion with the board, some questions and answers. Mr. Grimm requested that the planning zoning board and or any public submit questions, comments through our office to get to him so that he could better address those questions at the next planning and zoning meeting, which is this month on the 20th. And he would go through, vet those questions, be able to give answers or recommendations one way or the other with those. The next meeting will just be the planning and zoning board and the public to discuss those. Jeremy will be online to help answer any of those questions. Currently, the Planning and Zoning Office has not received any comments either from the Planning and Zoning Board or the community. We're asking that those, hopefully we get those in by the end of the week, first of next week, so that we can get those to Jeremy, so he has enough time to go over stuff. Again, with that, I guess the Planning and Zoning Board will meet on the 20th and hopefully have a lot of those questions and stuff answered by then, that he can get them a revised draft if that's the case. And then hopefully within the next month or so, possibly you guys may even get to see some, move forward from there. So.
Yes, please.
Just like this instance that was just brought up, a second type of conditional use permit. Will that be addressed in his deal, or is that something that the board will take on down the road?
No, that's something like with this conditional use permit. I think that can happen in office. It's more of the application and answering those questions specific to a special events versus a conditional use for a business or something like that. So I think that can just happen in-house. It's nothing that's in the regs.
What's going to change the regs and the conditional use on requirements of a conditional use?
No, it wouldn't. And currently the conditional uses and the special event is almost like separate. It is still a conditional use, but it has its own separate.
But should it have its own separate chapter in the planning and zoning bylaws?
It currently does. It does. In the regulations. Yes, it currently has its kind of own section. That's where these additional questions that I brought up are located. So it's a conditional use that goes through that process, but it has questions that should be answered separately. If that makes any sense. It's all in the application.
Somewhere it needs to be in the book.
It's currently in the book. It is in the book.
Okay.
I can get those sections for you if you like.
No.
Okay.
We'll have plenty of time to go over that. Just make sure there's nothing that needs to rest on Jeremy's side that's going to change what he presents.
Yes, no.
When something like this comes up.
No, and what we've done is added that section and stuff into the conditional use, so it's more all in one chapter instead of in the two places it currently is.
Sometimes it's just on me. I don't know why. So I got to ask, so after I attended that meeting, I had never seen a contract. I was curious to know what was in it. So I got a copy of it, excuse me. And so the time frame for this thing was 3 months to put this together, according to the contract. And we're looking at over a year and a half now. And why has that? Why?
All this information originally, when we set that contract up and you guys awarded that, it was awarded so that he would get all the information at the 1st of June. The Planning and Zoning Board then discussed and further discussed the regulations. Jeremy did not receive the information until October, November of that year. So several months behind there. Then just his schedule, our schedule, meeting schedules. It took quite a little bit longer. This whole process has taken quite a bit longer than I ever imagined it to. So
well, I know, and I understand that, and I'm not pointing fingers. I'm just curious to know.
And in my mind, he came forward to one of these meetings and we discussed a timeline, and I thought our answer was, don't worry about the timeline, just deliver the product.
Correct. That's what I recall also.
Well, that may very well be, but when I'd have to read the whole darn thing again, look at it. But in here, someplace it says that if there's going to be change, that has to be done in writing from both parties. Did that occur?
It has not occurred. There's not a solid date on there that it's just a 3 months contract, as far as I can recall. It's just what he thought the timeline would be, and he's been in contact with us the entirety of the time working through this stuff. Jeremy has not had a problem with the schedule, and he even stated in that meeting that he wants to see Sublette County come up with a good product and is willing to take the time to get that done. As far as his time that he's got involved in this project and his costs and stuff, he's still within his contract, he feels, so he does not have a problem with it currently.
Yeah, I could probably go through this 4 times, it wouldn't find it. I did do it pretty good, I thought.
And the main thing is to, get the questions and stuff answered within the regulations and make sure that everybody understands them. A lot of stuff has been moved around within that document. Not much has changed internally within the document. We've added more definitions, definitions as to the uses and stuff, those tables. We've added more information to things like that. But a lot of that whole document, things got moved around. Put all the administrative processes in one spot instead of being strung out through each chapter. Putting all of the conditional use stuff within one chapter instead of strung out between a couple chapters. A lot of it moving definitions from chapter to chapter all into one spot. The body of the document itself, I don't think has changed a lot. So, and again, still, just working through this process and so that everybody understands and that Sublette County gets a good product. So,
Anything? Excuse me. So I'm kind of new to this dogfight on the planning and zoning with Whiskey Rock. And I walked away with honestly, I was appalled at the process and where we were at within the process itself. We passed out a document, a draft that was between 134 and 159 pages. I don't recall the exact number. And the first statement was, the Planning and Zoning Board was, does anyone have any questions? And that was on a new red line version that had just been back from Jeremy. Not one of the board members had any questions pertaining to that. So either they participated fully in putting that document together, which I doubt, or they didn't read it fully, which I believe. And so at the very onset, because of that simple statement, I was tainted moving forward. I don't believe that we had complete representation from the Planning and Zoning Board. And it goes into further when Mr. Marenzik said, basically, he said, I've not had any involvement in this. I don't know what's going on. 3/4 of the way through the meeting. And I found that interesting. And then as I went to the end of the meeting itself, at that point in time, and I'll back up just a little bit, back in about November, Jeremy was here and I brought up, shouldn't the planning and zoning regs match or at least tie to the comprehensive plan? And at that point in time, he said, yes, they should, otherwise we're going to have problems. And then not 5 minutes later, he flipped to, oh, it's okay the way it's written, it doesn't have to match. So we didn't have any consistency there. And in the planning zoning meeting that we had just recently, in that, Mr. Crossan stood up and said, we have, I believe, tremendous liability on the county's side of this when the planning and zoning regs don't run parallel or are the same as the master plan. And he said, I think that we as a county have a lot of liability associated with that mismatch. At that point in time, Jeremy said, yes, I agree with that. And for me, when the planner says, yes, you have liability because of that, to me, I'm going, what the heck are we paying for here? What is Jeremy's qualifications to put this together and put us in a position of liability like this? That made no sense at all. So, and I think you can recognize that. When we're taking a look at it and the drafts have gone out, in the meeting that Commissioner Bradley was referring to in October at Marbleton, at that point in time, the board had directed you, and I came to the January meeting to reiterate what was said, was to make certain that the complete document was gone through paragraph by paragraph by members of the public and the Planning and Zoning Board to make certain that everything is consistent with what we're trying to achieve. And that didn't occur. So at that point in time, in October, you had, as a board, specific instructions to go through the entire document and make sure everything was fully highlighted and put together in a knowledgeable fashion, and that did not occur.
Mr. Chairman, just to that statement,
Please.
that is occurring currently, right now. That document is back and is for review. That is currently with the process that is happening.
Correct. And I was there in your last meeting, Mr.
Correct.
Fornstrom, and it was very obvious to me that the commission had not taken the time and read any of that. Otherwise, we would have more questions posed and raised.
Yes, we would.
Right?
Agreed.
Okay. So at this point in time, we're in the same position we were in October of 24,
Correct.
in my opinion.
Yep.
Okay.
Mine also.
Thank you.
And that is because the Planning and Zoning Board has not reviewed a lot of that information, has not been in contact with my office, and has not passed questions along forward. So through the development over last year, Whiskey Rock was working directly back and forth with my office, us trying to put stuff together, make sure what that wording was that we had from the initial draft was what was coming out. This draft has been out to the board, to the public, to you guys since December of last year. Currently, I have not received any comments from anyone.
Yeah, the board isn't going to comment until we have a recommendation and input
Correct.
from planning and zoning. So although you say it was to the commission,
But you've been involved.
that is,
You've been involved.
we've been involved
No,
where
I
the individual said they weren't going to take the time to read it until it came forward.
That's the planning and zoning.
No,
So
that's what
dealing
this
with-
board said.
Oh, that's what this board said?
Yes.
Okay.
So
Well, I would expect not a recommendation or any necessary comments coming from the Board of County Commissioners until something was recommended by the Planning and Zoning Board.
correct.
But it's still there for individuals to ask questions or to get clarification if you looked at it.
And I agree with that. I'm not debating that at all, but the process is way off track, if that makes sense. If the planning and zoning body itself has not involved in reading and bringing forth questions after close to 2 years, then we have a deficient product. This should have been 3 months. If we couldn't have made it, a year would have been ample time, but 2 years down the road and still no one has read it and provided the correct information, then we have a huge problem. It'll pass because no one's involved. And this is one of the most important documents that the county has to put its hat on. Would you agree?
Yeah,
Without
it's
the
what-
planning and zoning,
It's
absolutely.
what we operate by.
Absolutely, thank you. So these are, and then when Chairman Lasinik asked Jeremy multiple questions pertaining to the document that he drafted and put together, and Jeremy said, I don't know. I don't know, I'll have to research it. I don't know, I'll have to get back. Consistent. It was like he didn't know what he wrote. And I'm thinking, if he wrote that doggone document, I don't care if it's 135 or 150, 60 pages, he should have had full knowledge of what he penned on that document and should not have had to defer it for him to go back and research it. So there's a red flag there.
I think he was trying to defer or stay out of an argumentative conversation that was happening right there.
There was
He had no prior knowledge as to any of the questions that were going to be asked.
He shouldn't have to in a document that he drafted. And it was common questions that Chairman Lasinik asked him. It wasn't in a confrontational method at all. It was, what did you write this for and why? Where does it cross-reference and why? These were the questions that were raised, and I don't know. I'll make a note, I'll go do some research on it. And that's a problem, because if we have an individual that purports to have written a document and doesn't know the substance of it, then we have a larger issue at hand. Because then he has said it doesn't match the comprehensive plan. We have a liability issue. I don't know what's in it. I'll have to go back and research it. Because of that, there is no validity to this draft. Does that make sense?
No, I believe that this draft that we have does match our comprehensive plan.
According to the person that put together the.
No, this is my opinion.
Sure.
Sir, this is my opinion. I think the comprehensive plan that Sublette County has together for the planning and zoning, this document still supports that and works within that. I don't see the comprehensive plan, if it was to be redone, changing drastically by any means. I think this document updates what we currently have and makes our regulations better. I can
appreciate your comments today, and I'm not trying to be confrontational.
I've been working, through this document, with this document since before September of 2021.
Sure.
And so.
And the fault is, and after observing the meeting, and I know the people on the board, but it's a board where there's a lack of involvement in the preparation of one of our most important documents.
And with that, the board and our office, we spent 2 years of public meetings going through everything page by page. There has been a lot of effort put on with our planning and zoning board.
You couldn't approve of that by the last meeting, I'm sorry. There was no evidence of that at all. Matter of fact, it was the opposite of that. And that's my opinion.
Okay. I agree with, some
Sure.
of that statement, yes.
Okay. Anything?
I'm still very disappointed that after we went 1.5 years, and he sat right there and said we probably should have done the comprehensive plan review first. Okay? And I don't understand his thinking, why he would not bring that up 1.5 years before. He said he does comprehensive plans, I'm just making a statement he said.
Correct.
Made, so.
Correct.
So that's just disappointed me in him, okay? I lost faith in his work.
That was mentioned at the very beginning.
You brought it up
the
first meeting.
Very first meeting on this, so.
And I think, I don't know that we've voted on it, but I think a majority of us decided there wouldn't be that much change in the comprehensive plan. Let's move forward, clean up the regulations. I feel at that time we were kind of under the gun with some other developments that were going forward. We wanted to hurry it along too much. There was a lot of time put in by the public, I feel. And I don't know where that stuff's at. I don't know if it's in the, I don't know if all the changes recommended or brought up or in that, if he's incorporated them or not. I didn't get that out of the meeting the other night, but the community has had the opportunity the last 2 years and has put a lot of time into it, but where it goes from there, I don't know.
Correct. Thank you. Okay. Well, I appreciate that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anything further for Mr. Fornstrom?
Today, don't go away.
Ready.
Okay. I have a question on.
We have one online. About that or not.
Okay.
You should be on if you want to unmute yourself.
There you go. Can you hear me now? Hello?
Hello, Ms. Farrell.
Yes, hello. Can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you very much for the opportunity. The term liability worries me tremendously, as I think it should worry you all perhaps a little bit more than I'm seeing in this meeting. That's just an offhanded comment that I will state. My second comment has is to the board, but more specifically to your planning office. I have not provided any comments on the current draft because at the last meeting with Whiskey Rock, it was my understanding that they were going to provide another draft that allowed the public to make the comparison of the old regulations with these changes. And therefore I have withheld any further review of the current document. And perhaps that's why Dennis has not gotten any comments. I don't know. My third comment is on the seeming lack of interaction or work by the Planning and Zoning Board with Whiskey Rock. That concerns me greatly, as I can tell it does you commissioners, but it appeared to me that it was stated very clearly somewhere, and I don't know if it's in the contract with Whiskey Rock or in your meeting minutes, but it was very clear to me that they were not supposed to be involved in this process. The process of developing new regulations or revised regulations was supposed to be from the planning office and Whiskey Rock. And the communication was to go back and forth between those two entities. And then the draft was to be provided to the Planning and Zoning Board. I don't agree that that should have been the process, but it was very clear to me that it was stated somewhere that you had agreed that that was the process. Thank you for allowing me some input.
Well, thank you so very much. Going back to your, excuse me, please, your second question, where there appears to be confusion on that, because when it was presented to the Planning and Zoning at the last meeting, it said final draft on that, which would indicate it was riding through for final approval without accepting any modifications on it. So your point is very valid on that, but with what you said at the forefront, I would encourage you and anyone else that you would care to encourage to submit any and all questions, comments, and concerns pertaining to it. Thank you, Ms. Sparrow.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Please.
I don't know if this would be an addition or subtraction here.
Good.
I think that there's a red line copy out there, which I'm assuming has the 2 years public meetings. The changes are within that red line document. I think the document he brought forth the other night, I've been in hopes of being a final draft, but the heat that he took, he realized it wasn't a final draft. And so I think he's waiting for any comment on the document he presented the other night, and then he's coming back again. So I would encourage you to make any comments you want on the draft that was presented the other night.
Absolutely. Anything more on this topic? Then we'll go over into old business. Do you have any items pertaining to old business? I have one that I'd like to bring forward at this time. It's been brought to my attention that we have not had a State of the County brochure drafted for this past fiscal year. The one that I have in hand is for 23-24. And I think that, if I recall correctly, someplace last fall, it was brought to the board's attention. And it was something that typically a Ms. Urbicite would do. And I think, someone help me on this, did Clerk Long say she was going to do this?
I thought she agreed that she could pull stuff out of GoGov and put a summary together in place of what Kat had been doing.
Okay. So if we could have that brought to the board next time, the status on our State of the County report is to be prepared by Clerk Long, that would be appreciated. Okay. Any other business?
I have nothing.
I have nothing.
Okay, entertain a motion for dismissal.
I make a motion to adjourn.
I'll second.
We have a motion second to adjourn the meeting. All in favor? Aye.